Storms will be underway this morning. Some of these may end up being strong, severe, heavy downpours, frequent cloudy ground lightning. It will become very windy after the storms pass, southwest 20 to 40 miles per hour. We'll even have some sunshine midday to afternoon, high of 82. And then we have a conditional threat for some additional storms that will try to develop later tonight. So thunderstorms that are severe are kicking out of central Oklahoma. We have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings. I'll show you that in a minute. The metro, we're going to see these showers and storms. These are moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. So they're moving at a pretty good clip. Just that alone will produce some winds near 40 miles per hour with some of this. And there's a little bit of small hail in some of this. So from Winona to Hominy, Bartlesville, that's moving into your area. Heavy downpours around Catoosa to Broken Arrow. And then I do want to show the folks around Muskogee and Tahlequah Stevens around on the radar this morning. These are storms that are quite noisy. They're below severe level criteria, but they're also picking up a little steam here, moving north and east. Heavy rainfall as well. Tahlequah, that's moving in soon. Now, closer to the south, this is where storms have a little bit more of a potential to become severe. So out of Oklahoma City, out of Cleveland, the Norman area, Cleveland County, Oklahoma County, Lincoln County, those are severe storms. Those will have at least 60, 65 mile per hour wind potential. And the atmosphere is primed right along I-40 and slightly north that some of those could move into our area as the morning progresses. So here's the timeline. After the 10 o'clock time period, most of the showers and storms should be away. And then we have what's called a conditional threat for a few additional storms to develop later this afternoon. So Von Castor is around the Manford area. We have lots of trackers out this morning to keep you posted. Bob Roloff is near Stroud. Kevin Tillotson and also Brandon Wells are going to be near thunderstorms coming up this morning. You see Brandon is around the I-40 corridor. He's going to be positioned to pick up some of those storms that are moving out of central Oklahoma that are strong and severe. So we'll be watching those storms as they move in our direction. Sequoia Quentin is near Warner, so we're not going to forget the far southern and eastern areas this morning either as we track those storms. Here's the future view. So notice around noon to 1 o'clock, most of the showers and storms are moving away from the area. We even have a little bit of sunshine showing up near and west of Tulsa. High temperatures this afternoon, 82 in the metro, 85 in Stillwater, and 76 in Pryor. This is the conditional threat for a storm. Look what happens tonight. There is a chance around 7, 8, 9 o'clock that we could have a flare-up of a couple of storms. If they do develop, these will be severe with all modes of severe weather threats, and then they'll move away. That gets us into Saturday. This is a totally separate storm system that will be approaching Saturday. It's going to be very windy and humid and muggy. Highs will be into the lower 80s. And then Saturday afternoon, storms start to develop near I-35. And these will have a tendency to move eastward and become quite strong to severe. The severe weather risk assessment is up quite a bit for tomorrow afternoon and tomorrow night with an enhanced area of severe weather threats. Sunday morning, the system still may be lingering nearby, and we'll have some additional showers and storms. After Sunday morning, the threat for severe storms should be to the east of Tulsa. Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, we're going to be in the 80s. A slight chance Monday night, Tuesday morning, slight chance Tuesday night and Wednesday morning for a couple of storms. But our higher probability initially tests us through the early morning hours. We have a conditional threat coming up tonight. We'll keep you posted.
Thanks, Alan. It's 4:50 run right now. Food on the Move is calling on volunteers for a special day that combines music with fighting food insecurities. Details on the event that's helping feed those in need. And runners are getting ready for this weekend's OKC Memorial Marathon. We'll introduce you to a Tulsa runner who's hitting the pavement with a goal for her 40th birthday.
How do Planet Fitness members?
It's the ultimate source for all things Oklahoma news and weather from your locally owned station. Breaking news, severe weather, and see award-winning originals. Download News on 6 Plus from Oklahoma's own News on 6. All the years of study, all the miles on all the roads, all the science, all the technology, all the hours, all the danger.
We're in the middle of it right now.
Early this morning, bringing you the latest.
Yeah, and it's starting to crank up a little bit. I'll tell you right now, there's a tornado warning for southeastern Oklahoma City. And that's going to move into portions of Pottawatomie County. Shawnee, for example, would be in the warning area for that tornado warning. That's outside of our viewing area just to the west, but we're watching it very carefully. 82 today, thunderstorms this morning. We do not have at this particular moment any severe weather right on top of the Tulsa metro. These thunderstorms are pretty bumpy. They're moving northeast now at about 35 to 40 miles an hour, frequent cloud-to-ground lightning, some small hail associated with some of this, and heavy rainfall. The severe weather threats seem to be more located around I-35 south, and especially, we think, along that I-44 corridor to the south. So again, Stephen's running the radar here, and this is the severe thunderstorm line that's developed. All in this line here, these storms are moving east-northeast at about 50 miles an hour, capable of at least 60-mile-per-hour winds, but there's a little circulation right in through here. So again, that's in southeastern Oklahoma City. It's now moved even more so rapidly that it's into the western sections of the Pottawatomie County area. So you see that polygon that's right there. That's the tornado warning. And again, that's out of our area, but we're going to watch it carefully. So you can see Brandon is located near the Prague area. So he's not too far away from that as that storm is going to continue to move to the east-northeast. So Brandon's in a good position to pick that up. We think it's about 40, maybe 45 minutes away. That storm cell, not necessarily a tornado, but that storm cell from near the Okemah vicinity. And here's a different way to look at all of that. No watches or warnings right now for northeastern Oklahoma, but it's right in this area around the I-40 corridor that most of the severe storms currently are located. But we do know that there's going to be some instability that'll be near and south of Tulsa over the next couple of hours. So we have a lot more, of course, through the morning hours. We'll keep you posted on all of this.
Very good. We're also keeping track of what's happening on the roads out there, as you are going to have some visibility issues as you're driving into the metro area. We've overlaid the radar so you can see there where those storms are, but just be aware the roads are going to be wet this morning. Drive times right now, okay, you want to slow down a little bit. No reason to hydroplane. BA to downtown, 14 minutes from Tulsa Hills to downtown on Highway 75 will take you 8 minutes, and then from Sand Springs to downtown on 412, also an 8-minute commute. And remember, you can get live traffic updates on your drive by listening to our radio partners 929 The River. We are monitoring the roads, of course, throughout the metro area as you're getting up and ready to go out this morning.
News on 6's Gary Cruz is driving around the Tulsa metro for us. Gary, where are you and what are you seeing?
Well, right now I'm on Highway 75 heading north toward downtown. Since we last spoke, I was on I-44, then 169, then the Creek Turnpike, and then on Highway 75 here. A couple of times I went through some heavy rain. Other times it's about like it is now. It's just wet. As you mentioned, it's hard to see the lines, the lane lines, so everyone needs to spend
Bumpy showers and storms around the metro. Currently, over the Tulsa area, we do not have any severe thunderstorm warnings or even watches at this point. Near and south of us, the instability factor is a little higher, and we do have some severe weather that's underway, even a tornado warning technically right now, that is now moved out of southern Oklahoma County. It's basically a small area of Lincoln County and the Pottawatomie County area. That's a little comma head feature, and there's also a little spin up on the leading edge. We'll show you that in a minute. That's out of our viewing area, but it is moving east-northeast quite rapidly. I do want to show you what's happening right now in our immediate area. Here's Tulsa, thunderstorms around Owasso, Claremore, the Oologah area, Nowata. These are moving northeast pretty rapidly. Heavy rainfall, frequent cloud-to-ground lightning, some small hail. These are not severe. Let's head to Tahlequah. Thunderstorms across the Cherokee County vicinity. Again, below severe levels, but some little small hail pellets and some of that frequent cloud-to-ground lightning moving northeast. Thunderstorms developing ahead of that main line near Eufaula. That's moving east-northeast. Sequoia Quinton will be positioned perfectly there from Chakotah to Eufaula to pick that up. And now, the severe thunderstorm watch is currently, and I say currently because there might be a few counties added to the north and east, from the Seminole area southward, and you can see a number of severe storms along this line. But Stephen's going to run the radar here. We're going to zoom in and take a look. This is the tornado warning that's underway, that red polygon box there that is located technically for part of the Pottawatomie County area north, a small area of Lincoln County. So the circulation was right in through here near the Dell area, and it's already kind of blown itself out, kind of occluded at this point. But there still may be these little small circulation features that will try to develop along this. So there is still a tornado warning that's underway until 5:45. We're going to track the storm. It's moving quite rapidly to the east-northeast. There's the track on this storm that would put it at Prague at about 5:27. Now, look who's near Prague this morning. That is Brandon Wells. Brandon is positioned to pick up that storm. That storm will continue to move in that area, but whether or not it will still have a tornado warning, we'll see how that plays out in the next 20 to 30 minutes. Bob Roloff is near Stroud, Oklahoma this morning because storms are expected to develop in that area and move generally east-northeast. We have lots of trackers out, and we're tracking the thunderstorms early on. These storms will not last all morning long. I think by mid-morning they start to move out of the area as Vaughn is near the Manford area tracking thunderstorms, and these thunderstorm chances will start to subside, we think, around the 11 o'clock hour. So by noon, it's going to look a lot different. We'll have strong winds in 70s, and this afternoon, even some sunshine. High temperatures will be in the lower 80s. And then we have a conditional threat for a few additional storms attempting to develop tonight. A lot going on in the weather, and we still have Saturday night, and Sunday to get through. More in just a couple of minutes.
We'll check back soon. Thank you. It's 5:11. Shields is hosting a hiring event ahead of its grand opening there at Woodland Hills Mall. We'll have
storms.
You bet. All right, it's 5:16. Alan's got to look at the weather. The weather team's in this morning. He updates us now.
Yeah, good morning. So it's going to be bumpy here. We do have a threat of some strong, severe storms, especially near and south of Tulsa over the next couple of hours. By the middle part of the day, the storms are gone. We'll have some sunshine, 82, very windy. And then I want you to remain aware that later tonight, there's also a chance that we could have just a couple of storms redeveloping. If those do redevelop later tonight, those could also be strong and severe. And then, just in case we get caught on the radar here, I want to tell you that Saturday afternoon, Saturday night, early Sunday, quite stormy, severe weather threats will be a possibility. Storms around Tulsa, Tahlequah, they're not severe. We'll show you that in a minute. This is the zone that has more instability, basically along that 44 area to the south. And there is a tornado warning that is still technically underway. That is kind of bowling out right now, and just that feature alone will produce some 60-mile-per-hour winds. So that is along that leading edge now of that warning. And you can see Stephen's running the radar for us here. This is in the Pottawatomie County area. So from I-40, it's past Shawnee. We have a report now of an overturned truck in the Shawnee area, and it's mostly just because of this wind. So this wind is going to move east. I'm not sure that they'll extend the tornado warning east, but they're more than likely indicate maybe a severe thunderstorm warning more to the east, and even maybe a watch will be expanded eastward because of these storms that are moving. And they're moving northeast right now at about 50 miles an hour. So that's going to put it, again, you can see Cromwell at 542, Mason at 551, and then the Welty area right after that probably, and we're thinking around 6 o'clock. So Stephen, let's go back to the Tulsa Metro very quickly. Take a look at the radar locally because we have showers of storms that are here. These are not severe, but they're moving east-northeast. Some of these will have a little bit of lightning and thunder with it. Also, some small hail, heavy rainfall also around the Tahlequah area right now. Some strong storms that are not severe. Now, Brandon Wells is near the Little, Oklahoma area, so he is right ahead of that tornado warned storm that we just showed you in the Pottawatomie County area. And Bob Roloff is also in the Prague area, so they're positioned to pick up that storm if it does continue to be tornado warned or even severe thunderstorm warned as it moves to the east. All right, so what's going to happen later today? Stephen's going to take us through the rest of it because there's a conditional threat later that storms will redevelop later tonight.
Yeah, and so it's a really kind of up and down active couple days here. So this morning, obviously pretty stormy. You just saw the look on radar. Late morning, most of this activity is pushing off to the east. We get a break early afternoon, but the conditional risk late this afternoon, this evening is basically if the atmosphere can recharge a little bit. Some of the forecast models think they will, and if they do, a few more storms this afternoon, this evening, they'd be a lot more isolated than what we have right now. But if they do redevelop, they would be severe with all modes of severe weather possible. So once again, around the metro to the north, it is pretty stormy. Our guys have been keeping a close eye on this. Here's a look on future view. So that line moves through the morning hours. There's a chance we could still have some activity lingering all the way to lunchtime in far eastern Oklahoma. Hopefully by that point, most of it's in Arkansas, but could linger for a while. And then this afternoon, far southeastern Oklahoma could have some additional storms flare back up. 70s to the east, but low 80s near and west of Tulsa. And then again, this evening into tonight, mostly east of Tulsa. This would be, 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock this evening. A few isolated severe storms could be a possibility. After about midnight tonight, that should move away, but then we're still going to have to watch tomorrow afternoon, tomorrow evening off to our west, another threat for severe weather ramps back up. And that could be relatively significant for the second half of Saturday into the first half of Sunday. So this morning, pretty stormy. And again, especially we've already had a couple clusters of storms. Another line of storms moves in later. Tonight, slight chance for some isolated severe storms. And as I said, basically the second half of Saturday through the first half of Sunday, multiple rounds of strong to severe storms will be a possibility. May have some flooding threats by early Sunday as well. Sunday afternoon, Sunday evening, we quiet down a little bit, but there's more storm chances to come again next week.
Okay, thank you, Alan and Stephen from the Bob Mills Weather Center. 5:20, coming up, we'll tell you more about a new TikTok treadmill trend that fitness experts say could help lose
Out to the west, kind of intense. Let's check in with Alan Crone.
Yeah, we've got severe thunderstorm warnings now that are just going off on your NOAA weather radio on your phone for southern Creek County, southward to the Ofuskie County area. That's because of a strong severe storm that actually has a tornado warning on it right now in part of Pottawatomie County. Storms this morning in the metro right now in the Tulsa vicinity, near and north of Tulsa. These are not severe. They're pretty bumpy. Heavy downpours, frequent cloud to ground lightning, a little bit of hail. It's areas to the south, right in through here. That's where the instability is a little higher. And you can see this is the severe thunderstorm warning that's just been issued. Storms around Tahlequah are not severe, but let's go into this area. So if you're watching from Bristow southward and then into the Okemah area, that entire county there is under a severe thunderstorm warning. These storms are moving east at about 50 miles per hour, but they're trying to bow out a little bit here. And just that bowing alone could produce some 60 and 70 mile per hour winds. Within that, this little area right in through here, there's been a persistent circulation feature. It's right in through here, and that is where a tornado warning is underway. Now, this is outside of our viewing areas, just by a county, but not by much. So it's going to be south of Arlington and Bellamont, and then the Prague area. And we've got Brandon Wells. It's very close to that near Little, Oklahoma, but also Bob Roloff. Let's pull up Bob right now because he is right ahead of that circulation feature that is tornado warned. Bob Roloff, can you hear me? Give me an update. What you're experiencing.
Hey, Alan, we're getting 40, 45 mile an hour winds right now. We're on the very north side of Craig. This storm is moving in. We're getting buffeted pretty good. Top speed of winds we've got now is 48. Back to you, Alan.
All right. Thank you very much. We just lost your shot there for a second, but we got the information. Von Caster's in position for those storms as well around the Lincoln County area. Now, I want to show you this. This is just issued. This is now going to be a tornado watch that's underway, and this will include the Tulsa Metro. So this is going to include these areas right along the I-44 corridor south. This will include all of east central Oklahoma, Pittsburgh, Latimer, LaFleur County, the Sequoia County area, Muskogee, and Tahlequah. Right now, there's no severe thunderstorm warnings or even tornado warnings in this area, but the environment is conducive over the next several hours for these storms to continue to blossom. Occasionally, will produce 60, 70 mile per hour winds, and a few of them will produce what we call these little QLCS tornadoes, these little spin-ups, or sometimes these comet head tornadoes that will try to develop. So right now, just to be clear, we do not have any warnings in the immediate area. We do have tornado watches, but we have that tornado warning that's around Meeker. There's no confirmation, Stephen, right now of any tornado on the ground that we're aware of. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, it is.
All right. So no confirmation of a tornado on the ground near the Meeker area, but that's where that tornado warning is located. Now, here's what we're going to do. We're going to get you back to some news in just a second, reset, and take a look at the radar coming up in a minute. But this is what we anticipate. Thunderstorms are going to be pretty prevalent over the next several hours. By 11 to noon, most of this is going to be into Arkansas. There will be a chance for some redevelopment coming up later tonight. More on the radar in just a couple of minutes.
Thanks, Alan. Giving you a chance to reset, do some news here like you
Central Creek County and northwestern Olufusky County. So again, that's a little bit to the southwest of our immediate area, but it is in our viewing area. So if you're into the southern Creek County area and the Olufusky County vicinity, it's the storm cells that we've been tracking here that have been moving out of central Oklahoma. And these have these little spin-ups on the leading edge. There could be one right here. I mean, these will quickly develop and then kind of go away. This could be one here, one here, one here. These are called QLCS spin-ups, and these can happen very quickly. And so our friends at the Weather Service prudently have issued this tornado warning because of this line. So all in through here. And again, this is not the Tulsa metro, but this is areas to the south and southwest. So this is going to be near and north of the Okemah area. Technically, Okemah is not included in that tornado polygon, but it's right along 48, including Welty and the Boley area. There's Payton. You can see Bob is located right near that circulation. We're going to talk to Bob in a second, and Brandon is not too far away. This is moving kind of east-northeast, I think pretty rapidly at about maybe 50 to 60 miles an hour. So that is a tornado warning that is underway. Bob Roloff is near the Prague area. Bob, if you could hear us, I know it's extremely loud right now where you're at because of the thunderstorm activity, but can you give me an update what you're experiencing?
Yeah, Alan, we're looking east into the area where there's some rotation showing up. We've had 55 plus mile an hour winds we registered. We've had some minor tree damage as far as limbs, small limbs, and very heavy rain and a lot of lightning. We're on East 1010 Road out of Craig area. Back to you.
All right, so you're in a good position to pick those up as they continue to move pretty rapidly to the east-northeast. So we'll clear that tornado watch box right there that's popped up on the screen so folks can see. I do want to show the rest of the radar just very quickly. These storms, we'll loop that, please. Okay, that's all right. Let's take a look at the thunderstorm activity here. Those storms are not severe to the north and east of the Tulsa metro, but they are to the south and southwest. So it's right in through here. So the tornado watch is now underway for all of the region, but these storms around the Adair, Pryor, Choteau, and Claremore vicinity are not severe, and the tornado watch is underway here. This is where the severe thunderstorm warnings and the tornado warnings are underway currently. So just to kind of get that clear, let's zoom in and take a look at the radar again. This is going to be around the Welty area, Okemah, right into this general area. So around Bristow to Welty, some of those storms are underway, and this is the reflectivity that we're looking at here with the intensity for velocity. So all in through here, there could be some 60 and 70 mile per hour winds with that tornado warning. But these areas within this, that is where we have these little quick spin-ups that will be a possibility. So it's going to be south of Bristow, the Welty area. Steven's got the radar, and this is the shear product. So it's pretty strong right in through here. So we anticipate some wind damage just along this entire line. And then the individual little spin-ups would be a possibility. So right in through here, a little bit right in through here, maybe right in through here. These are very small little spin-ups that will happen very quickly, but the potential is there for a tornado warning or two. We'll try to check in with some of our spotters at this point. Brandon's in a great position. Let's see if Brandon Wells, who is not too far away from the Okemah area, can hear us here. Brandon, update us on your location so we can see it on the screen where you're at, and tell us what you're experiencing right now.
Yeah, good morning, Alan. So we are going to be just to the west of Okemah here along I-40. And to correlate with what Bob said, we had 45 to near 50 mile an hour winds measured on an anemometer when we were just south of Craig. Right now, just a lot of heavy rain, and we're watching that line just to our west. Alan.
All right, Brandon, appreciate it. Let's go back, take a look at the radar. Again, we have Bob and Brandon very close to that tornado warning storm, and there is the tornado warning that is underway. Surrounding it, we have a tornado watch that goes until 11. There's no warnings right now for the Tulsa metro, but we're watching. If you're around the Welty area, south of Bristow, that is the tornado warning that is underway. Now, Stephen is going to take and place a track on this for us here, and he'll give us the update on the track on where this is going to go here. So we're tracking this part of the storm. Stephen, draw a little track there for us if you can.
Sorry, I was just listening to
Tell us what you think this is going to go and where it's going to head over the next 30 to 40 minutes here.
But as you said, these little tiny spin-ups within the line, they can be, they move very quickly. They will be in and out before you even hardly know it, but they can cause some wind damage issues. So that one area of potential spin-up would be moving into northern Okfuskee County, Welty, 5:55. That's 12 minutes from now, if not before then. And then that would take it into Southern Creek County as we head towards right at about 6 o'clock on that spin-up. And of course, down the line here from Boley to Cromwell, Okemah, that portion of the line would reach you in about 10 to 15 minutes as well.
Okay. All right, Stephen, thank you very much. Let's take a look now at the radar itself. We'll spin it back out and show you again where these thunderstorms are located. All along this line, those are where the severe thunderstorm warnings are underway. And again, it's that one tornado warning that we're watching right now that's in Southern Creek County and the northern Okfuskee County. We got a couple of trackers here that are positioned. Here's Henrietta and Sequoia that's going to be on I-40. Brandon is right along this area. And Vaughn, what did you tell me Vaughn's located at? Bristow. Vaughn is in Bristow. If we can pull up... we just lost Vaughn. Sometimes that will happen in these types of environments with these big storms that are underway. So let's go ahead and let's check back in here. You can see Bristow, that is just south of that polygon where that tornado warning is underway. So the tornado warning just to the south, but you are included. You see that polygon, that's the severe thunderstorm warning that is going to be underway for the Creek County area that goes until at least 6 o'clock this morning. So tornado warning to Kellyville, and notice that polygon just stops shy of the Sapulpa vicinity. So we want to watch to the Tulsa area, Sapulpa to the east, and also to the south, because the potential is here that we're going to have to deal with some of these strong, severe storms. Are we on Studio 7 at this moment? Are we still on? Are we still on Lynx 1? They're still on Lynx 1. Okay, let's pull up on. We're now on 7. All right, let's pull up the radar again, and then we're going to start to talk to some trackers here. And we'll pull the tracker up in just a minute. So you can see these storms are really cranking out the wind from near Welty and Boley. This is moving to the east-northeast. That's the tornado warning that we have underway. And so if you're in this area, the potential for these little spin-ups, but this entire region is set for some 50 and 60 mile per hour winds. You can see that's kind of spreading out in this area. So let's check in with Brandon Wells in Okemah. Brandon, you'll have to pull him up on Lynx 1 and then put it on Studio 7. So we'll pull up Brandon here and check his video out right now. Brandon, give me an update. Go ahead and tell me what you're experiencing right now ahead of that storm.
Yeah, Alan, so right now we're just ahead of the leading edge. We've measured anywhere from 40 to 50 mile an hour winds with this line. Right now we're just getting some light rain. Our roof camera is pointed back to the west, so that's the line that's approaching Okemah. And like I said, we've experienced 45 to 50 mile an hour winds on this side of the line. So we'll continue to watch it and see what it does as it gets closer to Okemah. Alan?
All righty. Okay, we appreciate you're in a good spot there, though. Those storms are going to be severe getting to Okemah, and the thunderstorms that are still tornado warned around the Boley and Welty area moving to the east-northeast. So again, that's Brandon Wells, and he is located again near the Okemah area. Vaughn Castor is located just a little bit north of that one. Here's near Bristow, kind of losing his shot a little bit, but I think we probably still have his audio. So let's check with Vaughn right now. You're near Bristow. Vaughn, give us an update, the experience that you're having right now. Bristow's under severe thunderstorm warning, but that tornado polygon's just south of you by a couple of miles. Go ahead, Vaughn.
Yeah, I'm not surprised you can't see anything. It's very heavy rain.
Yeah, it is. Okay. Just go ahead and keep my mic up the whole time. All right, yeah, just keep me up here because this is going to happen off and on this morning to where we lose these shots because of the thunderstorms that are going on here. So that's Vaughn Castor near Bristow. He's going to catch us up to date on what he's seeing here in just a minute. Let's go back to the radar and we'll check out what is happening here on the radar scope. There's the storms. So let's kind of reset. Let's go to Tulsa downtown here and show you what's happening across the metro and areas to the north. These are not severe storms that are underway around Adair and Veneta, also the Nowata area. area. These are thunderstorms producing frequent cloud-to-ground lightning, maybe a little bit of small hail, heavy downpours that are underway. And again, those are moving to the east-northeast. Right now, the instability factor is higher right along the I-44 area to the south. And so that's what we're tracking. All of this area is under a tornado watch now that goes until 11. And it's basically due to this line of storm activity. We think that once this line kind of crosses our area, we should be in the clear for a little bit behind it. There's not a lot developing right back behind it. So severe thunderstorm warnings around the Hughes County area, Calvin, Holdenville, Wetumpka, heads up, Eufaula, McIntosh, Pittsburgh County, heads up Henrietta and the Okmulgee vicinity. We think these storms are going to move in your direction. Southern Creek County all the way down into the Ofuskie County area. That's a severe thunderstorm warning, and that's going to go, we think, until at least 6 o'clock, so we're at 5:48 right now. And yes, that is a red polygon. That is a tornado warning that is underway for the Welty, the Boley area, and we'll put on the velocities there and kind of take a look. These little spin-ups here can happen very quickly and then they go away. So that is why there is a tornado warning on this storm, because these little spin-ups. Now, again, this is south and southwest of the Tulsa metro, but it is moving to the east-northeast. So we want folks around Beggs to kind of remain aware of this storm, areas from Okmulgee to Shelter to the Henrietta vicinity, because we think this entire storm is eventually going to be moving eastward. Whether or not we'll continue to have these little spin-ups, that is a possibility kind of on this calm ahead feature. Stephen's going to do a track for us here. We're going to pull up Stephen, let him go over this track. He is tracking the velocity. He'll also put the reflectivity on what you're used to seeing in just a second. But Stephen, give us an update where it's located and where it's going.
Yeah, I just wanted to show the velocity first, because where you're seeing kind of the reds and the greens, this is where we're looking at those stronger winds, and that's just kind of the leading edge of the stronger winds. That's where I drew the track. Now I'll put the reflectivity, which you're used to seeing, back on here. So of course, Welty, Okemah, right now you're getting heavy rain, thunder, and lightning, but those gusty winds, strong winds, could be up to 60 miles per hour moving in. So that's, you know, Okemah right now. Okfuskee, well, it's in Okfuskee County, excuse me. Edna would be by about 6:07. I will just adjust the track down a little bit so you can see just a few more kind of down the line here. Beggs, 6:18, we just mentioned that. In Okmulgee, the town of Okmulgee, the city, 6:22, that's, you know, about 30 minutes from now. If not quicker, these storms are moving pretty fast at any time from about 40 to 50 miles per hour. So, you know, Okmulgee, that'd be 6:22 would be when that's going to be approaching you. We'll put it back into a loop here. And as Alan mentioned, the velocity signatures here, when we're talking about these little spin-ups along the leading edge of the line, they can be there and then be gone in about, you know, 3 to 5 minutes. And that's kind of what's happened a couple times already. Right in where you just heard that report from Bob a few minutes ago, where there was that strong wind feature, right in here approaching Welty. If you're in Welty, you should be taking your tornado precautions. That velocity already, that little spin-up feature is already not as pronounced as it was about 5 minutes ago. But then look down right towards Okemah. We just have to watch for these little notches along the line that can spin up pretty quickly. So Okemah, even though you're just outside of the tornado warning, you need to be prepared for that as well. I can hear Brandon's got something with his storm down here in Okemah, if we want to go back to
why don't we do that? Yeah, let's talk to Brandon. Let's pull up Brandon right now. He's ahead of that storm, and he is located pretty close to Okemah. Go ahead, Brandon.
Yeah, Alan, so we're looking to the southwest with the roof cam, and we've got a nice lowering, a nice bowl shape right there in the center of the shot. I don't know if you guys can see that or not. Our winds right now are about 30 to 35 mile an hour out of the southwest. And you can see in our shot there, as we pan around here, there's definitely a lowering in that vicinity right there in the center of that shot.
Yeah, we can definitely see that. Absolutely. And to be clear, from an official tornado warning report, it's just a hair south of that polygon, but we know all in through there we have these little spin-up potentials there. What's the wind again? The wind velocity that you're having right now, Brandon?
Yeah, Alan. So our winds right now just bumped up to 55 mile an hour right now. They're out of the southwest. They're blowing, like if you can see, they're blowing southwest, let's see, upward 65 miles an hour. We're at 65 miles an hour. That circulation or that bowl feature that we just saw momentarily here at I-40 in Okemah looks like it just may now be to the north, maybe slightly northwest of us. but our winds are still out of the southwest at about 65 miles an hour.
All right. 65, 55, 65 miles an hour. Brandon Wells, Okemah. And he is right on the edge of that severe thunderstorm and tornado warning. So the tornado polygon is technically right here, but he is right in here. He's tracking that. And again, that's just punching into his area with those strong winds. That is not a tornado, but it's strong winds right now. But the potential is here for that little notch there to kind of tighten up a little bit. And that's what we see in this feature all in through here. So to reset, we have a tornado warning that's underway in that red polygon that goes until 6:15, I believe, for the Creek County area. Stephen, if that's not the correct expiration, correct me on that.
Warnings. Yep, correct.
6:15,
correct.
Yep. And then a severe thunderstorm warning that surrounds that entire area. Steve, we'll pull the radar up just a little bit. That severe thunderstorm warning for part of the area is going to go to 6. The other part goes until 6:15 for the northern Creek County area. To be clear, northeastern Oklahoma, we're not forgetting about you here. You have thunderstorms around Veneta, Miami, Fairland. These are not severe. They're pretty bumpy. They've got lightning and thunder. The storms that have moved near Muskogee and Tahlequah, those are not severe either, but the environment is conducive for severe weather ahead of this line. So basically from the Tulsa metro to the south and east. And the reason why we're on right now is because we do have a tornado warning that is underway. And then all along this line, you can see these polygons that are all lined up here. That is due to the potential for some 60, 65, maybe even some 70-mile-per-hour winds with some of these storms as they march. The line itself is moving east, but the individual cells are moving mostly east-northeast now at about 50 to 60 miles per hour. So we do have trackers in the heart of the metro in case these storms kind of bulge up into the southern areas of Tulsa County. We have Kevin Tillotson. John Durkee is in the metro right now. Vaughn is located a little bit back to the west in the Bristow area. So right now in the heart of the metro, this is nothing of concern at this particular moment, but we're watching this area just a little bit to the west-southwest. So to reset, let's see if Bob is Bob moving again at this point? Is he able to do so? Let's check in with Bob and get his update now. He's kind of on the backside of the storm, but it's still producing a lot of wind and some rain. Bob, what have you seen so far?
Hey, we came up behind the rotation area. We had some limbs that were 3 or 4 inches in diameter that were broken off the trees that we had to dodge out here. Had a loose horse. So it's been kind of an adventure, but we have not encountered anything that would look like power knocked out, or we haven't seen any power flashes. Back to you.
All right, I appreciate it very much, Bob Roloff, near that storm, near the Welty area. Actually, that's an update where his location is. We'll head back to the radar here, and again, appreciate Stephen and Megan Gold today working in the weather office, switching everything around for us here. And it can get a little complicated at times, so bear with us. But thunderstorms are underway from Okemah, Wadlika, northward Bristow. Bristow, you are not technically under a tornado warning. You're under a severe thunderstorm warning. And then areas just to the south. See that little Boeing area? That is where we're seeing some of those little spin-ups right along that leading edge. And our friends at the National Weather Service have continued, at least at this point, tornado warning that is underway for that general area. That does not include the Tulsa metro. We are under a tornado watch in Tulsa to the south and east until 11 o'clock this morning. And that means conditions are favorable for tornado activity in and around the area. So we're going to see this. At times, we'll look at this velocity data, and it's not going to look very significant at all. And then other times, we get these little bitty spin-ups. And it's these small little interactions along the leading edge that can be problematic. Brandon Wells, we'll check in with Brandon again because, again, he's in a spot to where he's been experiencing some pretty strong winds that's near Okemah. That is under a severe thunderstorm warning, and that tornado warning is just a little bit to the north. Brandon, if you can hear us, give us an update, your location, and the winds you're experiencing. Go ahead.
Yeah, Alan, so we're now moving east here along 40. I believe we're just east of Okemah. When we were back in Okemah, we had 65-mile-an-hour winds. Those winds were out of the southwest. They never switched direction, so that circulation may have not really came to, but there was definitely a bull or lowering that just passed to our northwest. But our winds were mainly out of the southwest the entire time. We're in heavy rain right now. I-40's got a lot of water on it right now, and we're going to continue with this line of storms. Alan?
Yeah, I think you're right there. You were on the backside of that. You're getting a little bit of wind on the backside. With they're a little lowering there, but I think the more impactful potential circulation here. But that is now a developing circulation right in through here. And that's what Brandon was talking about. We'll watch here, we're watching here, we're watching up to the north. And this entire line, even though we're watching these little circulation features, the entire line as it moves eastward will have the potential to produce. I mean, that's some pretty stout wind right there. Stephen, you want to pixel query some of that for our viewers here this morning. So when we say pixel query, he's going to take a tool.
Alan knows that weather can make or break your day.
Be sure and grab that umbrella.
So here's to the sun chasers, the weather watchers.
These spin-ups here. The storm is moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. Storm is moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. Now, Kevin Tillotson, one of our newest trackers, is positioned near the Sapulpa area. We may have to change some routing to be able to see Kevin, by the way. But he is located, again, near Sapulpa. We'll check in with Kevin in just a minute. So here's Manford south to Bristow, and then the Okemah area. That is the tornado polygon warning that is underway. And again, just to be clear, Tulsa County is not included in this tornado warning, but it's getting closer into the region. Let's zoom in. Stephen has got a great eye here for these circulation features. So there's actually one here near Bristow. There's one right in through here to the east of Drum, right in Olive, and right in through this area here. There may also be a couple of features. These are small features, but can quickly cause a little tornado spin up, and all within this line. I'll prepare you for the potential of at least some 70-mile-per-hour winds as that line continues to push to the east. So places like Kellyville, Sapulpa, Mounds, and Beggs, you need to be aware this storm has the potential of some damaging winds, potential for these little tornado spin-ups. So we encourage you to seek some caution and some protection here away from walls and windows, the lowest most portion of them. We do not have any confirmation of any large tornado on the ground, and typically these spin-ups are not necessarily going to produce large type tornado damage, but they can produce some wind damage. So tornado warning is underway. Stephen is going to update the track of this particular tornado warning, and then right after that, we'll check in with Kevin Tillotson. He's located near the Sapulpa area. Steve and Nairns, tell everybody where it's at, where it's going.
So again, I just drew the track with the velocities on it. So we were pointing out along the leading edge of this line where any of those spin-ups could occur. So what I've just done is just a track right along the leading edge of the line where, if nothing else, there's damaging wind potential, but there could be spin-ups located within that. So Creek County, I mean, Olive, 604, that's within a minute or two. So from Bristow to Olive, obviously you need to be already in Bristow, but Olive, taking your tornado precautions. Kellyville, 613, Sapulpa, 621. So as we're talking by about 620, I mean, that's 20 minutes from now, this leading edge of this line would be coming into the southwest sides of the Tulsa Metro. So Sapulpa, 621, Kiefer, 622, Glenpool, 626, Sand Springs, 620. 29. So again, in about 20 minutes, we'll be tracking the leading edge of, if nothing else, damaging winds, but possibly spin up potential into the southwest sides of the metro. Basically, anywhere along this line, you need to be taking proper shelter. Here's the view you'd normally see. In addition to the damaging wind, a lot of rain, a lot of lightning with this, maybe some small hail as well. But the wind potential, that spin up tornado potential is what we're monitoring most closely here.
All right, boy, yeah, look at that velocity there. Again, that's near Bristow, Olive. Those are pretty strong winds. Again, the radar beam will be off the deck, so it won't be necessarily all the way down to the ground, but it can produce these winds. It can produce these winds with this type of a pattern that is pushing through with the severe storms and the tornado warnings that are underway. So, folks, just a hair north of Bristow, about 2 miles there, you got to hunker down. And again, these storms, they're not stationary. It may look like it here on the radar. I mean, they are moving east-northeast at 50 miles per hour. So let's go back to that velocity. Let's make a point here. The velocity data will show you right here. It's already here. It's already at this point. It's shoved a little bit more to the east than what we're showing you here. Here, it's the same thing. It's just constantly moving at a pretty good pace right in through here. So again, those storms, the tornado warning is underway, and you can see that polygon. It does include the Sapulpa area. Now, Sapulpa is ahead right now of most of the thunderstorm activity, but we understand that the sirens are going off in Sapulpa. Kevin Tillotson is located in the Sapulpa area right now, and if we can talk to Kevin and see his shot, that would be awesome. So, Kevin, tell us what you know, what you're seeing right now in Sapulpa. Go ahead, Kevin.
So I'm at the Quick Trip here in Sapulpa, right off of the interstate. Right now, just very light rain, but the lightning is really starting to pick up with this as well. The winds are about 5 miles an hour, but I'm definitely going to keep an eye on this as it comes in. That circulation is just off to my south and west.
Okay, are you hearing any of the sirens? We had reports of sirens sounding in the Sapulpa area.
Yeah, they sounded for just a few minutes. About 3 or 4 minutes ago. They are off now, not currently sounding.
All right, Kevin, appreciate it very much. Kevin's in Sapulpa. The tornado warning storm just a little bit south-southwest of the city of Sapulpa itself, but it is moving again quite rapidly to the east-northeast. A tornado warning extends now into the Okmulgee County area as well. Let's zoom in here and take a look. Again, this is now tornado warned area, including Okmulgee and Beggs and Mounds from Highway 16 south to 56. We have Brandon positioned nearby. Also, Sequoia Quinton is not too far away from that on the I-40 corridor. And now a new severe thunderstorm warning that has just been popped up for portions of the, looks like the McIntosh County area southward. And that's going to be around Highway 9, so the Lakeview Follow vicinity, also from more southward. This is a severe thunderstorm warning. This is not a tornado warning, but the potential is here for some 60, 70 mile per hour winds as this storm cell continues to move to the east. And I'll tell you right now, the environment is still the same all along this line, that we can have these little bitty spin-ups that can happen along this line. So again, this storm cell is moving east at 40 miles per hour. Stephen's got an update for it on this severe thunderstorm warning that's been issued around the Henrietta area with Leatka and Schulter. You can see that on the side of the screen. Stephen, give us an update where it's going.
Yeah, just a quick update on this, and then guys in the control room, when you get a chance, if you could put me on Weather 7, that would be great. Weather 7. Here's the track. Henrietta's at 616, Dewar 620, Dustin 621, Hoffman 628 for this portion of the line. And the damaging wind potential, if nothing else. I know Brandon is right on that, and Brandon has got a pretty good visual of it. Let me see if I can get Brandon's shot up here. He's on. Yeah, okay, gotcha. This is Brandon's shot. All right, Brandon, if you're with us here, I know you're between Okemah and Henrietta. What are you seeing?
Yeah, Stephen, that shot that you're looking at is due north off of 40 here. We are just to the east of Okemah. Let me see here. Right now we're getting about 45 to 50 mile an hour winds. I don't know if you can see it before the rain took over, but definitely some ominous looking, scary looking clouds there along the leading edge. We had appeared what to be another bowl shape area to our north, and now we're getting hit with about 55 to 60 mile an hour winds here on I-40. Stephen?
Brandon, thank you very much. So we can get back over to Alan here as we continue to watch this line. Just so we expand out. Again, we're not trying to leave anyone out, but there's a lot of portions of this line to watch. But south, you've Creek County, southwest side of the Tulsa Metro, this is coming in pretty fast. Western Okmulgee County, eastern Okfuskee County, pretty intense line of severe storms as we turn it back over to Alan.
All right, thanks, Stephen. Thanks to Brandon. We've also got John Durkee, Kevin Tillotson ahead of the storm. We do think, again, this storm is going to move into the Tulsa County vicinity. We'll see if our friends will continue with a tornado warning at the Weather Service or a severe thunderstorm warning, but the environment is still conducive right in this area. This is a little calm ahead feature, and that's a bow echo area, so 60, 70 mile per hour winds along that. And within this leading edge, it's really messy, but you got these little small spin ups that can cause some tornado issues. There's one right there. So they just come and go. I mean, they just come and go. And this one is located south of Manford, just a little bit west of the Kellyville area, right in through here. And it's moving in this direction. So it's moving to where Kevin's located. If you're in Sapulpa, the potential is here for that circulation to be right up the turnpike and near the region. Now, here's the deal. We're at 8 minutes past 6. A lot of kids are now up this morning, and they're trying to get ready to go to the bus stop. Don't send them to the bus stop right now across the metro region, areas to the south. Hold them, all right? I know your school administrators are all aware that these storms are moving in, and they're going to be fine. It's okay to be late. There's no reason for you to get out. If you have to be at work at this point, you can be late. It's all right. You're going to be fine, but we need to track these storms and get them out of the area. So this is the track of this particular circulation. Now, there will be other circulations that will develop along this line, and there could be some quick damaging winds anywhere really along this line, but we're watching this circulation right in through here. So that is going to move in this general area, and Stephen has extended the track of this past the polygon. So to be clear, there's no tornado warning right now officially for the Tulsa County area, but it's right up to the edge of the county here. So Sapulpa, we're looking at this pretty quickly here at about 6:26, maybe 6:30 here. It's 6:08 right now. Near the Glenpool area, we think that's also going to be around 6:30. Tulsa Hills, if the storm would continue on, and we think the storm will move on, whether or not we'll have a tornado warning, we'll wait and see in just a couple of minutes, but that would be in the Tulsa Hills area at about 6:30, maybe 6:40. And obviously, lots and lots of folks are moving right up 75 in and around the Tulsa Metro.
Now, just so you know, we've been told that sirens are starting to sound in portions of South Tulsa as well.
All right, so sirens are now starting to sound in portions of the South Tulsa vicinity because of those storms that are starting to move in through the area here. So that's what we're tracking here. Thunderstorms that are strong, severe, and even tornadic. Let's reset the radar very quick, zoom it back out. We also want to check in with John Durkee here in just a second. And to check and see what John is seeing right now. He's ahead of the storm. The storms around the Veneta area in Craig County and the Mine vicinity are not severe. The environment is conducive of strong and severe storms ahead of this line. So we now have a tornado watch. That means conditions are favorable for tornadoes, basically along the I-40 area south. So places like Muskogee and Tahlequah, the Eufaula, McAllister, Wilburton area, the atmosphere is conducive for severe weather, and that may also produce some tornado warnings. So let's kind of zoom in here. John Durkee, we're going to check in with John in just a second, but we also want to show you these thunderstorms that are moving in that area to the east-northeast. There's the current circulation that we're still kind of tracking right now, Stephen, through the area that's moving to the northeast pretty rapidly at about 40, 50 miles per hour. So folks around Sapulpa, south of Manford, you need to be in tornado precautions right now, and that would move near or slightly just to the north of Sapulpa here over the next 15, 20 minutes or so. Stephen, if you want to put a track on that actual center of circulation there. So we'll check in with John in just a second to see what he's hearing and seeing ahead of the storm in southern Tulsa County. But we'll track it. It's moving to the east-northeast. He's got the track now at 40 miles an hour. If it continues on, it's going to be into the middle part of Tulsa County here, Sand Springs 6:30, Jinx area at about 6:35. And to be clear at this point, the tornado warning does not extend officially into the Tulsa County area. The tornado warning is just a little bit to the west-southwest in that polygon shaded area from Sapulpa to Mounds to Preston. So let's check in with John Durkee. And John is located in between Glenpool and Bixby. It looks like on the highway there on 51 or pretty close to that. Let's let him tell you where he's at and what's he experiencing ahead of that storm. Are the winds coming up right now, John? What do you think?
That's exactly where I am, Alan. Right now, I'm getting not really strong winds, but they have picked up. The lightning has picked up. When you get a lightning flash, you can see some of the lowering of the clouds as that line starts to bubble this way, and it's moving very, very rapidly. Back to you.
All right, John, you're in good position if that storm continues on. We appreciate it. Now, Kevin Tillotson is in the Sapulpa area. We're going to check in with him. He is repositioning. All right, he's repositioning. We'll pull the radar back out and take a look at the storm cell that is now located, again, near the Manford vicinity. You see that polygon that goes all the way back down. It looks like there's a new little wave developing. We need to talk about Old Mulgee as well. Let's zoom in here and show you the Old Mulgee area, because these are strong, severe storms that are pushing through the Old Mulgee area. Let's take a look right in through here at that velocity data. So from Old Mulgee to the north, there's not a very pronounced spin right in through here. There's a little one right there that might be coming and going. There's some pretty strong winds, though, that are located near the shelter area. So those are strong winds, and that could flip into a small circulation as well. So some 60, 70 mile per hour winds are going to move into Old Mulgee pretty quickly right now to the south-southwest. So folks in the Old Mulgee area, you need to take some precautions with this storm cell that's moving in your direction. Shelter as well, Henrietta, the Morris vicinity, that is a severe thunderstorm polygon that's shaded there. And Stephen, what is that, 6:30? Is that when that polygon goes to?
Yes, 6:45.
6:45 now, 6:45. That's a severe thunderstorm warning. But again, we just showed you those winds. You see how quickly that thing is just shoving that wind in this direction? So that's going to be from Henrietta to Shelter to Old Mulgee, the potential for some damaging winds that extends all the way back down to Highway 84. And then technically the leading edge, we're just going to say that you need to watch for a spin up, basically from Old Mulgee right up into the Sapulpa area. A little bit of small hail. I don't think the hail is going to be that big of an issue this morning, thankfully. But the wind, the rain, the frequent cloud to ground lightning, the potential for damaging wind, that will be a possibility. Again, a little bit of a circulation tightening there, south-southwest of Old Mulgee to Shelter, and then also around the Henrietta vicinity. Back to the metro very quickly, and then I want to check in with Brandon in Henrietta in a second. But let me show you the metro. Let's reset the stage again. We do have tornado warnings that are underway right now for the Creek County area. And this is going to be going on. Technically, this warning goes until 6:30 this morning. This is basically a squall line. It has these little features that can cause these spin-ups on the leading edge. There's also that kind of a comma head feature right into here that may also help to kind of bow out a little bit and cause some wind. So we're preparing you for some wind issues all along this line. And again, maybe a little spin-up here that is underway near the Sapulpa vicinity. So here we need to talk to here. How about Kevin? Can we talk to Kevin Tillotson in just a second? And we'll flip that over, Stephen, and show you here. Okay, we want to go to Brandon and Okemah, I believe. Henrietta. Brandon is in now Henrietta. We'll correct that on the screen for you here. Brandon, give me an update. What's it like in Henrietta? The storms are moving in right now.
Yeah, that's right. They sure are, Alan. And right now in our shot, you can see another area of lowering right here that's coming on the west side of Henrietta. I don't know if you could see it right there. It's going over the top of us right now. We're going to use a roof cam to pan. It's going to give that funky color here. Just a second. Let's try to, but I don't know if you can see it back in there, but there's definitely another bowl-shaped area. We're watching that very closely. Nothing at this time on the ground. There's no winds right here, about 20 to 25 miles an hour. We're watching it very closely, but there's a very concentrated area of interest right there just going over the top of us.
All right, so folks in Henrietta, you got big winds right now. That is technically a severe thunderstorm warning that's underway. To the north, let's go back to the tornado warning. We're jumping around here. We're trying to cover all the storms. Tornado warning that's underway. It's Creek County southward. Let's zoom in right here because it looks like this is where most of that circulation feature of concern is located. We'll flip it over. There it is. It is still there, just a little hair north of Kellyville, northwest of Sapulpa. There may be a little bit of a circulation trying to develop southwest of Sapulpa, but it's that one that Stephen just circled, I believe, that is going to end up being the more, at least initially here, that significant circulation here. Again, so this is a tornado warning that continues. Kellyville, Sapulpa, Mounds, you're under the tornado warning until 6:30. To be clear, Tulsa is not under a tornado warning at this point. It is not under a severe thunderstorm warning. But that storm cell looks like it's going to move into part of Tulsa County soon. Our friends at the Weather Service will make a decision on if they're going to issue any kind of product for that. But right now, there it is. There is the severe thunderstorm warning that is now underway for the Tulsa County area. So to be clear, this is not a tornado warning right now for the Tulsa County area. This is a severe thunderstorm warning. It's now underway. It's going to go until 7 o'clock this morning. The potential is going to be here for some winds that could get up and get rowdy with it here. So this is going to be moving northeast at about, we think it's probably 60 miles an hour now. And just because of the movement of the storm itself at 60, you pretty much can get 60 to 70 mile per hour winds along the leading edge. So this is the track of the storm. If your NOAA weather radio is going off, your cell phone, your News on 6 weather app, it's alerting you because of this storm that is located moving into the Tulsa County vicinity. So this is a kind of a blanket severe thunderstorm warning that's underway. It will include places like Stone Bluff, Haskell, Coweta, Broken Arrow, Catoosa, Owasso, Collinsville. The ETA, the estimated time of arrival on the side of the screen, ORU's at 6:24. Brookside would be at 6:25. We're at 6:17 this morning. And the University of Tulsa would be at 6:28. Now, with that all said, we want to go back and investigate right in through here because that circulation is still, we think, evident here. And there may even be another one developing. But yeah, right in through here. That is still prompting a tornado warning that's underway right now. So folks from Kellyville, north, Sapulpa, north-northwest, this storm cell is moving in this direction. Remember, we kind of slow this down and just put a stamp on the screen so you can see it. It is moving right now, all right? So 1, 2, 3. It's about 3 miles probably to the north-northwest of Sapulpa. 1, 2, 3. About 3 north Kellyville, moving in this direction. There it is. There's the latest update. Sand Springs just to the south. This little pocket right in through here, that's where the circulation is located. Again, all along this, we could have some 60, 70 mile per hour winds. So even though we're going to concentrate on that, we also need to concentrate on this entire area as it has the potential to push some winds in through the area. Vaughn Castor.
Vaughn is on this storm, even though you don't see his location right there. Vaughn is on this, so let's go to Vaughn. Vaughn's been going through Kellyville. He's right on this line, and see what Vaughn. What are you experiencing with this?
Really severe winds here on I-44. I'm just past Kellyville, so that circulation is just to my north, not by a couple miles, I bet. So I'll be coming right behind it. If there's any power flashes, I will see it. You can actually see that wind coming across I-44 here, probably 60 miles an hour at least, Stephen. Back to you.
Vaughn, thank you very much. So that's another thing we've been emphasizing with this is, tornado warning or not, this is damaging wind that's coming into the Tulsa metro right now. And he's on the turnpike. That's a lot of people drive that, and that's at a fast speed, obviously. And so that is very, very concerning. Again, coming into the southwest sides of the Tulsa metro right now, whether or not we end up with a spin up, again, damaging 60+ mile per hour wind potential coming into Sapulpa right now. That brings it into Gwenpool, Sand Springs, and eventually west sides of Tulsa here in the next couple of minutes. Let's go back down one.
All right, so we have severe thunderstorm warnings now for the metro. The metro 60, 70 mile per hour. As you just heard Vaughn discuss his location, those winds are picking up quite a bit, 60 mile per hour plus winds. Our friends at the National Weather Service indicating the winds could be high 70 miles an hour. That could cause some issues. So as this storm cell, which is located here, moves east-northeast, it has the potential at least some 60, 70 mile per hour winds. And even though there's a severe thunderstorm warning for the Tulsa County vicinity, there is a possibility that we could have a little quick spin up because we are tracking this circulation that is still included in that tornado warning that is underway right now for the Sapulpa area. I made this mention of the bus routes and the kids headed to school.
Tulsa is scheduled out. They already had a scheduled off day.
Tulsa is scheduled out. That's some good news there. So Tulsa is scheduled out for today, which is a great occurrence. I believe the bus routes in Jinx are going to be delayed this morning. So again, don't worry about getting your kids on the bus right now. Get these storms out of the area, and then we'll give you all the information about when the bus routes are going to start to pick back up. Let's expand the view very quickly here because I want to show our friends and neighbors what's happening to the south. Pittsburgh County, Latimer, LaFleur, McIntosh County, the Muskogee area, Cherokee County. The storms that we're tracking near and south of the metro are moving in your direction. They're going to be in your area here, we think, within the next hour. if not even sooner, in the Pittsburgh County area. So you'll eventually have some of the same issues that we're experiencing near Tulsa South in this general area. You don't have any severe thunderstorms right now. The storms near Centralia and Veneta, north of Independence, those are not severe, but heavy downpours, frequent cloudy ground lightning. It's right in the middle here of the heart of the metro and areas to the south. So let's kind of zoom back in. Just to kind of get our bearings here, we want to check in with Kevin Tillotson in just a second, also back to Vaughn as well, and pick up Vaughn's location and where he is at. And you can do those in any order that you'd like to there. So this storm, again, is moving rapidly east-northeast. So all along this line, some 60, 70 mile per hour winds. It is near Jinx, it's near Bixby, it is into the downtown area. It will be near Broken Arrow soon, to Catoosa, to Owasso, Tulsa International. I don't have official word at the airport, but I'm sure those flights are holding right now. So as these storms are moving in this particular direction, we'll flip on the velocity as soon as Stephen is ready to do so, or Megan Gold running the radar as well, and see if we still have a little bit of that circulation feature that is located there. You know, it's still there, but it's kind of coming and going a little bit. So areas to the west, northwest of the Sapulpa area. So we're watching that pretty carefully. Technically, we still have that tornado warning polygon that's underway for the Creek County vicinity and severe thunderstorm warnings for the Tulsa County area. We're going to head down south and look at the radar in Old Mulgee in just a minute, but first we want to go to Kevin Tillotson. He is now positioned in the Tulsa area as the storm makes its way into that region. Kevin, give us your exact location and what you're experiencing.
So I am at I-44 in the 49th Street West exit. Looking back to my west right now as the heaviest of this precipitation is coming over. Tornado warning sirens have still been sounding here, but not seeing any rotation or anything currently. And the winds are still surprisingly calm right now.
All right, Kevin, they're going to pick up pretty quickly as that storm moves in your direction. And again, that is a severe thunderstorm warning. It is not at this point, does not have a tornado warning for the Tulsa County vicinity, but that circulation is right on the line there. Stephen's going to highlight it. It's been coming and going, and it's not exceptionally strong right now. But we'll watch that and let you know if our friends issue the warning a little more ahead of it. Let's go down to the south, because this storm cell right in through here that goes from Old Mulgee, Henrietta southward, all in through here. Stephen, let's flip over to the velocity data and take a look, because it is spinning as well along that line, especially you see these little appendages here, or this bow. There's one here, there's one right here. Those can cause some wind issues. So again, around Old Mulgee, Shelter area eastward, Haskell to the south, this is a severe thunderstorm warning. It's kind of overlapping. So from Haskell, prior Coweta, and then also the Shelter area from Henrietta, severe thunderstorm warning. Technically, there's a tornado warning that's still underway near Old Mulgee because of that little circulation that's there. So we want you to remain aware that could quickly spin up and cause a little issue and some damage. But the strong winds are also bulging across Henrietta, across I-40, and now moving into the far eastern sections of the county there, of McIntosh County, or the Old Mulgee County area, pardon me. Let's check in with Brandon Wells. We'll pull up Brandon here in just a second. And we'll see with Brandon what he's experiencing right now with that storm that's moving now east of Henrietta. Brandon, tell me what you're seeing and what you're experiencing. Go ahead.
Yeah, good morning, Alan. So right now we're going to be just to the east of Henrietta here along I-40. We are out just barely ahead of the leading edge. We're getting inflow winds out of the southeast of about 25. Right on the, just slightly behind the leading edge, very strong winds, anywhere from 55 to 60 miles an hour is what we've encountered. We're really getting ready to get a good sample of the winds here in just a second, and as soon as that happens, we'll let you know what that's doing. But right now, we don't see anything along the leading edge that is too concerning at this moment, Alan.
All right, we appreciate it. So again, from Morris south to the Dewar area, Henrietta, Grayson, Shelter, Highway 52 east, that's going to go over to 266, and soon it would cross the area, and it will move into places like the McIntosh County area, but Old Mulgee County, you're under the gun right now. And let's, if we can, Stephen, can we flip that over and look at the button, and let's see what the hail size is, because those cores look pretty meaty here. Yeah, there's actually, this is one of the few storms this morning that looks like it might be producing, well, it was, before it just dropped down, or we try to show it there, some 1-inch hail. So around the Shelter area, it should be getting some pretty decent sized hail, which would be about 1 inch in diameter. So that has been there for a scan or two, but it's kind of dropping down right now. To be clear, we think our main issue is going to be some wind this morning, 60, 70 mile per hour damaging wind gust, and extremely heavy rainfall, frequent cloud to ground lightning. So Pittsburgh County, now, new severe thunderstorm warnings just been issued. We'll take you there in just a second. Severe thunderstorm warnings continuing now from Henrietta eastward, including the western sections of McIntosh County. That's not a tornado warning. That's a severe thunderstorm warning. And then severe thunderstorm warning continues now. It has expanded a little bit more to the north of Muskogee. It does include part of Rogers County and Claremore. Does include the Catoosa area. Owasso TIA is Tulsa International Airport. We're just under the assumption here that they're going to be holding planes for a while, but somebody might want to check on that and just know for sure. But they probably will be doing that as these storms move in this direction. Here's the tornado polygon. And Stephen, as far as I know, it is not being extended at this point into the Tulsa County vicinity. But we're still watching for maybe a spin up or two that could occur through this area. So again, not quite as conducive, we think, for that little spin up here. But it is still something that we need to watch. And Kevin Tillotson is in a great position right now that is just a little bit to the northwest of Tulsa Hills. John Durkee is in the Glenpool area as well with these storms that are moving through. Flip this back over to the reflectivity that most folks are seeing because we have heavy storms around Glenpool, and that's where John Durkee is located. Let's talk to John Durkee if we can, and then we'll also head southbound and back to Henrietta to talk to Brandon Wells. But first, let's check in with John Durkee. He is located in the southern sections of Tulsa County. He looks like he's about on maybe about 151st and Highway 75. Good morning, John.
Right now, torrential rainfall. I did see what appeared to be a power flash just to the southwest of Glenpool. Just the one. It was very brief. Of course, it was over, but not seeing any more since then. Also starting to get to, well, there was another one right there. Getting some very strong winds coming into this area right now as well. Back to you.
Okay, and tell folks again exactly where you're located there, John.
I'm on 151st Street, and I just came under Highway 75 westbound.
Gotcha. All right, we got you on the screen right now. Everybody can kind of see. That's the report, that's the location, that's the wind, and that wind is moving in this direction. It's moving generally to the east-northeast. Let's expand the radar and show you what's happening behind it. I want to go behind it, Stephen. Not a lot. That's some good news, right? That's some good news. There is a chance that there could be some additional flare-ups after this line, but more than likely that probability is going to be kind of low. So we think this is our main feature that we're going to be tracking, at least initially here. And then we have a chance, I know we've been doing a lot of severe weather coverage this morning, we have what's called a conditional threat for some additional showers and storms that we'll try to redevelop later this afternoon and tonight, because, you know, a lot of times these features, these dry lines will push through and we'll have drier air. That will not be the case. The dry line is going to go back to the west. We may have additional storm chances developing later tonight. And then I'll tell you right now as well, tomorrow afternoon, tomorrow night, we have a whole new storm system that kind of looks stronger than this one that could provide us with more severe weather threats. So again, the tornado warning is going to expire here in just a couple of minutes. It doesn't look like they're going to extend that. So right now we've got severe thunderstorm warnings that are still located in the heart of the metro southward, but those strong storms are continuing. We're going to check out McAllister in just a minute, but let's go back into the Henrietta vicinity because that's where Brandon Wells is located. He's right on top of that. We'll get Brandon's update, and then after we talk to Brandon, let's see if we can also talk to Von Castor, his location and what he's experiencing. But first, we're going to head southbound. Severe storms are moving across Henrietta, Dewar, the Morris area, and that's where we have Brandon Wells located this morning. Brandon.
Yeah, good morning, Alan. So we were telling you we were going to measure those winds. We hit 60 miles an hour on the anemometer. That's just slightly behind the leading edge where you're going to see those scary-looking clouds or those potential really quick spin-ups that are going to be very quick. But we experienced 60 miles an hour winds, very heavy rainfall here along I-40. A lot of ponding on I-40, so if you have to get out for whatever reason, just be very careful. These storms are very intense. Alan?
All right, we appreciate it, Brandon. Let's head back to the north, and we'll reset the radar. And I'll show you again, this is where the line of strong severe thunderstorm opportunities are underway. That's a big polygon that is underway. It does include the heart of the Tulsa metro region. And so this is going to be for part of Rogers County, part of Osage County, small part of Creek County. Technically, it does, in the southern areas of Washington County, it does not include the city of Bartlesville at this point. Wagner County has a part that's included there. That does not include the city of Muskogee at this point. Mulkey County, that does include Henrietta and Mulkey with a severe thunderstorm warning. And of course, Tulsa. Now, the severe thunderstorm warning that we're tracking, that big polygon, goes until 7 o'clock. And that's going to go because of this storm that has the potential for some 60 and some 70-mile-per-hour winds. Here's what it's doing right now into the downtown area and the gathering place. You can see those really strong winds that are pushing through and the rain that is whipping through the area here with a severe thunderstorm warning that is underway. That's from the gathering place. We're going to check in a second here with Vaughn Castor and get Vaughn's location and see exactly what he's experiencing here as we're tracking these thunderstorms through the area. We also just want to check on Bob. Sometimes it's a little inside baseball. Our GPS positioning sometimes may not update exactly where they're located, so we'll get you posted on that, especially at this particular moment when they're behind some of the storm activity. But Kevin is right there in Tulsa. John is there in Bixby. Brandon is down to the South Sequoias near Shakota. So Vaughn Castor, tell us your location right now and what you're experiencing with these storms that are pushing through the area. Good morning, Vaughn.
Right here at I-44, I took the... Yeah,
go ahead. We didn't have you up. We do now. Go ahead, Vaughn.
Yeah, I took the 244 exit, and it is closed. So I've had to make a roundabout here, and but I'm at I-44. I was right behind it. Very, very strong winds right behind this, as everybody has been reporting. So, 60 mile an hour at least. So that's enough to do some damage. So we're going to try to get back behind it here. Back to you, Alan.
How about the ponding on the roadway right now? It seems to be rather progressively moving through the area. Has that been an issue so far for you?
Absolutely. All up I-44 is just tremendous water on I-44, which could cause some serious problems.
All right, Vaughn, appreciate it. Back to the radar very quickly to reset the radar to show everybody what we're tracking this morning. We're going to head south. We'll check in with Brandon Wells. And then after that, Stephen, if we could do a big track on where this is going. I think folks want to know, especially from Claremore, Shakota, the Wagner area, and maybe even Muskogee, when this is going to be moving in their direction. But we'll drop down to the south. You see, these are severe thunderstorm warnings that are underway. We have warnings now that are continuing to the south. Now Muskogee is included in a polygon, and also McAllister. There's no storm right now in central Pittsburgh County, but the storms that are located to the west will be moving into your area soon. We are going to do a track for you in just a minute. Let's zoom in here and take a look from Henrietta to areas to the east, because that now includes the city of Muskogee. So I told you just a couple of minutes ago, Muskogee was not included. Now you are included. This is a severe thunderstorm warning, and that's going to go until 7:15. There it is, 7:15 this morning, and we're at 6:34 right now. The potential here is for some 60 or 70 mile per hour wind gusts. Occasionally there's a little bit of hail, but the main issue is going to be the wind. And there is a tornado watch that's underway across eastern Oklahoma this morning, which means that the conditions are favorable for these little quick spin-ups on the leading edge. Little quick spin-ups on the leading edge. So Brandon is located right on the edge of that storm, and he is just a little west of Shakota, east of Henrietta. And let's check in with Brandon and get his update on the winds, because he's been experiencing some really strong winds off and on this morning with this line. Good morning, Brandon.
Yep, good morning, Alan. So we're east of Henrietta, south of Hitchita here along I-40. We are literally on the leading edge, getting very heavy, blinding rain. I don't know how well the camera does it justice, but very heavy, blinding rain. Our winds have been anywhere from 55 to near 60 miles an hour. 65 earlier is the strongest we've recorded, but just a lot of ponding along 40. We haven't experienced any hail, very little to any hail at all. And we're just going to continue to track this entire line to the east and watch the leading edge very closely. Right now, we've got some winds that are really strong as we're progressing to the east, really strong out of our east. And we've got leaf debris actually falling out of the trees as we're progressing east. So we've got leaf debris blowing into us as we move east along 40. So we'll keep an eye on these, Alan.
All right, appreciate it, Brandon. Back to the radar. We have new polygons that are underway. Pittsburgh County, McIntosh County, Muskogee County, in addition to the severe thunderstorm warnings that are underway for portions of the Tulsa Metro. What we're going to do is track this entire line. Now, some of it will move a little different speed because of that Bow Echo area there, which is near Brandon, where he's located. But Stephen Nairns, this is continued to move east. It doesn't look like it's going to slow down anytime soon. Give us an estimated time of arrival for this line.
Yeah, and you're going to see the cities kind of fluctuate a little bit as I kind of clean it up, so we can get as many cities in here as we can. But of course, as we've been telling you, Tulsa Metro, I know it's pretty obvious if you're up and about right now, woken up by these storms. 60-mile-an-hour winds have been reported at times with these, so obviously, we've been hearing from the school districts that have maybe held their buses back a little bit. You just want to wait this line out, let it get past you before you start getting out in it, because the winds at times have been pretty intense. Tulsa Metro all the way down to I-40, just from Brandon, as he approaches Shakota, some 60-mile-an-hour wind potential. But again, along this line, so we're at 636, 637 right now. Haskell, 640. Catoosa, as we hit into the eastern side of the Tulsa Metro, 641. Haywood, 645. Verdigris, 646. And I'll just keep clicking to kind of get you further down the line here. Shakota, 651. McAllister, as we just mentioned, that line's now just getting into western Pittsburgh County. We haven't been ignoring you, but you've just been, well ahead of the line up to this point. But Pittsburgh County, western Pittsburgh County, that's moving in. McAllister, that would be about 20 minutes away. 656 for McAllister. Muskogee, we're basically right at 7 o'clock. Same in Wagner as well. And I'll extend it a little bit further here. Shoto at 7:05, and again further down the line there from Shoto to Lake Eufaula. That's just after the 7 o'clock hour that we would have that moving in, and then further down. This is a pretty fast-moving line. I would take it to Pryor at 7:09, Locust Grove 7:16. So that's still, for folks to Pryor, Fort Gibson, Lake, Locust Grove, you still got at least another 30 minutes, if not longer. But this is all along the leading edge of this line. You see all those yellow polygons. That means there's damaging 60-mile-an-hour wind potential pretty much anywhere if you are on the leading edge of this line from the Tulsa Metro, western Muskogee County, pushing into western McIntosh County, western Pittsburgh County as well. Alan?
All right, speaking of Pittsburgh County, let's head down to the south very quickly here, because you've been under a severe thunderstorm warning for a little bit. This is kind of a preemptive strike here for you, because these storms are still located around our Paler and Stewart, and then back to the Calvin area. They're going to move in your direction. So McAllister, there's not any big storm activity right now in the heart of the city. On Highway 270 west to Haywood, there's just a little shower storm activity here. Most of the stronger storms are still located across the county line around the Hughes County area. This will move east, and it will move across your vicinity, and that is why that polygon is enforced right now, or underway, pardon me, from the Kawa area, Savannah, which is south of McAllister on Highway 69, the Indian Nations Turnpike, goes up to the Turnpike Gate near Dustin, and then back to Henrietta. That's all a severe thunderstorm area that could produce some 60 and 70 mile per hour winds. Let's zoom in. Where are we at here? There's McAllister. Let's go up to the north and go check out this little Bow Echo issue here that we see from Shakota back up to right into here, because that has the potential. You see this little area here? A lot of times when we see this, we can get those little spins, and we can get an increase of wind right in this area. And Brandon has been reporting that off and on this morning with this line of storm activity. And so has, for example, John and Kevin and Vaughn, and we'll check in with Bob. We'll just make sure that Bob's fine. A little circulation, it looks like right in through here, just south of Haskell. So a little bit to the west of the Muskogee area. Again, there's no tornado warning, all right? But we can see these little small indications on the leading edge. We need to watch that, need to watch it, nothing too significant. One right here, kind of need to watch that one as well. Not a tornado warning, all right? But we have these little circulations that we have to watch in this type of a pattern. All through this line, that is where we still have the potential for some of those 65, maybe 70 mile per hour winds as it's moving in this direction. So around Muskogee and O'Kay and Fort Gibson and Wainwright and the Oktahah area, again, this is when buses are usually trying to get out and running. So keep your kids right now. It's okay if they're going to be late to school in this general area. And I'll tell you what's happening. A lot of administrators across the area are holding the buses right now. We know that Union schools now have held their buses, and they're going to run at least 30 minutes late. I believe the Jinx area is holding the buses, and they're going to run a little bit later. Somebody remind me of the exact time. Was that like 45 minutes late, so it'll be 45 minutes after you would normally pick up your kids right now, because we're anticipating that storm cell is going to be out of the Jinx area and out of Tulsa County here pretty quickly. So storms again are moving to the east, northeast quite rapidly at about 50, 60 miles per hour. Our main threat right now is some winds at 60 to 70 miles per hour. If you just look at the radar, I mean, it's now picking up steam, which is a good thing for the folks underneath it. Not such a great thing for the folks just exactly ahead of it, because that's where you can have those winds that can really pick up and cause some issues. But there's that bow right in through here. And so right along in that area, we'll have you prepared for some 60, 70 mile per hour winds. So Kevin and John Durkee still into the Tulsa metro right now. It looks like that the stronger portion of the storm is just about to pass John Durkee, which is he's located around Jinx. Looks like he's on the Creek Nation Turnpike, maybe about to make that curve, maybe up to near 169. We'll have to see exactly his area here. But let's go ahead and check in with John if we can. So John Durkee, he's on the Creek Nation Turnpike. At least that's what it looks like to me. And John, give me an update. It looks like things that might be improving a little bit in your area.
Right now it is. I just came out of some very heavy rain. I am on the Creek Turnpike, and I'm coming up on what would be Sheridan, but there was an exit at Sheridan, but coming up on Memorial, I guess, a mile away. And starting to get a little more rain. With the sun coming up, we're starting to be able to make out the clouds just a little bit better, Alan, and see what we're dealing with. It looks like the heaviest activity to me is just going to be to my southwest, back off between Haskell and Coweta right now. Looks to be fairly heavy. Back to you.
All right, we appreciate it, John. Thank you so much. Again, starting to see some improvement. Hold in the metro for just a little bit longer if you're around the Skytook and Sperry area, from Owasso, right down Highway 11 into the northern areas of downtown, maybe on 75. That is still some pretty heavy downpours, some winds there. We don't see anything too significant, but let's go down there. Look at that little area right there, Stephen. We have two of those. Those are bright areas there. We're going to see some strong winds, potentially over 60 to 65 mile per hour here. And we're pixel querying those, so we're going into the data and looking at the algorithm data, and it's saying that between 60 and 70 miles per hour, which is right on with what our friends at the National Weather Service are indicating in the verbiage of these warnings, that we can have some of those winds at 60 to 70 miles per hour. They kind of flare up and they move with that leading edge. And now, again, these are severe thunderstorm warnings that are underway, to be clear. But when we see that, we kind of have to watch. You know, there might be a little bit of some circulation trying to happen. There's no tornado warning right now, but this is what we call these leading edge velocities that can sometimes prompt a quick tornado warning. To be clear, there's no tornado warning at this point, no tornado warning. But this is a severe thunderstorm warning area that continues on, and it's moving to the east-northeast. And that warning should be going on here for quite some time, because it's issued at 6:30. So the warning goes until 7:15. That's going to be for the Muskogee vicinity and Shakota and the Lake Eufaula area as well. Those storms are moving east. It doesn't look like that they're going to just, stop or lose their intensity. So we'll encourage folks around Lake Tenkiller and the Tahlequah area to be prepared maybe in the next 45 minutes to an hour, that some of these are going to move into your area as well and could produce, some wind issues. You're under a tornado watch, which means the conditions are favorable for tornadic activity. But right now, that is a severe thunderstorm warning that's underway. How about to the north? We'll head down to the south in a minute, but I do want to check out our friends and let you know we are watching the storms for you in the Craig County area, Veneta, Miami, Chetopa, the Pitcher vicinity. Those are not severe. They've got some lightning, some thunder, heavy downpours. Stephen, let's flip on that and see if there's any hail coming out of that. Maybe a little bit there around Chetopa to the northwest, and it's not much. So again, we don't think the hail is going to be a huge issue this morning, but there might be one or two spots that you can get that. So let's go back into the metro and flip it back over to the reflectivity area. This is the type of radar that you're used to seeing right now, and it's moving generally pretty rapidly now to these. We have improving conditions. For example, Bob Roloff is now, it should be in an improving spot. He is located, I think, now back in into the Sapulpa area. And by the way, no warnings right now for Sapulpa. How about that? Some good news. The tornado warning no longer underway. Severe thunderstorm warning no longer underway for Sapulpa. The heart of that storm is now to the east. So Bob is moving into the city, and this is what it's going to look like in Sapulpa. You're behind the most stronger portion of the storm. Good morning, Bob. Give me an update, what you're experiencing, and your location. Let's try it again here. He may not be able to hear us. How about Bob Roloff? Come in, Bob. See if you can talk to us here.
Go ahead, Alan. I couldn't hear you.
Oh, there you
I'm
go.
coming into town, getting caught up on this storm. We're out by Kellyville, Sapulpa area, with moderate rain right now. We're on the back edge of it. Back to you.
All right, Bob, we appreciate it. And again, improving conditions. That's some good news from Bob. We appreciate it. So from the Skytook area, Owasso South to Coweta to Haskell, that line of thunderstorm activity continues to bulge out in that area. And again, we're tracking severe storms this morning. At this point, we do not have any tornado warnings that are underway, but we have a tornado watch, and maybe we can show that in just a second, Stephen and Megan, and where the tornado watch is located, just to kind of set everybody's bearings here on where the watch is located. But severe thunderstorm warnings now in the shade of the polygon that goes from basically the Tulsa County area, Rogers County southward, and then includes a pretty good chunk on both sides of I-40, Muskogee County southward to Shakota, in the Pittsburgh County area. There it is. So this is the tornado watch area, the counties that are highlighted in green. That means that conditions are favorable for quick tornado spin-ups, basically, along that leading edge as it moves in. And that watch goes technically until 11 o'clock this morning. There is another watch that's underway through the Arbuckles that's going to expire at 8 o'clock this morning. That's a severe thunderstorm watch. But McAllister, Highway 270, eastbound, Wilburton, Red Oak, Quinton, Adamson, the Stigler, the Poto area, Kavanaugh Mountain, Salisal, Muldrow, Vian, Tahlequah, Adair, just to the south. Technically, Jay Grove not included in the watch. There's a little bit more of a stability currently, not much, that's underway across Osage County, Washington, and the Coffeyville area. This will not exempt us from having thunderstorms in that region, but the higher instability is kind of right along the 44 area to the south. And again, this is moving generally in your direction, and it still could produce a few strong, severe storms once they get into that area in about an hour and a half. So let's zoom in here. Let's do this all over again for our folks that are just tuning in early this morning. It's at 6:48. We've been tracking some pretty beefy storms. We've had some tornado warnings earlier this morning. No confirmation of any big tornado touchdowns, but we've had these small little spin-ups on the leading edge that have, at least combined with the thunderstorm itself, has been producing anywhere between some 70 and possibly even 75-mile-per-hour winds in spots. So no tornado warnings right now, but we're watching. This is a severe thunderstorm warning that's underway from Muskogee south to Shakota, and that is where Brandon Wells is located. We'll check in with Brandon here in just a second. Stephen, if you want to do a track on this for our friends in Muskogee, when it's going to move into Muskogee and Warner, and also the Lake Eufaula vicinity, and then you can talk to Brandon if you would like.
Yeah, let me get you a storm track on this really quickly. Again, these have been moving fast. So like Alan said, it's good and bad, because when they move fast, that means we can get them out of here faster. But when they pick up speed like this, they can often also increase their wind damage potential when they kind of bow out like this, as Alan's been highlighting. So here's the storm track on this portion, particularly that's going Muskogee County into McIntosh County through those areas right now. And I will again try to clean it up for you a little bit so you can kind of pick up as many cities as we can. So 649, Oktahoma 651. Obviously that means a couple minutes away. Muskogee 658. So in about 10 minutes in Muskogee, this will be moving in, and as we've been highlighting, some damaging 60-mile-an-hour wind potential is still possible. We had quite a bit of that actually with this line this morning. And then further down the line here, I'll get you a few more cities on the track. Eufaula 701, that would take it to Wagner at 702. Texan at about 705, and then further down the line just a little bit more, this would get it to Weber's Falls at about 716. Once again, that's a portion of the line has some damaging 60-mile-an-hour wind potential with it as it continues to move to the east. I'm going to zoom you down to, we just mentioned Brandon, who's in Shakota, Sequoia is in that area as well. And here's a look at Brandon's shot. And Brandon, if you are with us here as you go through Shakota, this portion of the line has been pretty intense. We see your shot. What are you experiencing right now?
Yeah, that's right, Stephen. It really has. We've at times experienced up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. We're right out ahead of the leading edge. We have a good shot back to the south with the camera, but trees and all that are kind of obscuring our view. Right now, just some moderate rainfall, not near as heavy as it was earlier back towards Henrietta. But there's a leading edge that you can see. So we're following the leading edge, and we've got a really good thing potentially to become. We'll watch very closely.
All right, Brandon, thank you very much. We'll go back to radar here, and this is where he is. I just briefly put the velocity on here. So this is that strong wind potential. I clicked it. There we go. All right, and this, we have times now that's showing 45 to 50 mile an hour winds. Of course, that's plenty strong, but we've had plenty of 60 mile an hour wind potential with this line, and that's right on I-40. We see where Sequoia and Brandon are there in Chakota. I'll expand that view back out, and Alan continuing to watch up the line here as well. Coming into Muskogee, this is area as this line pushes east. Alan and I have been looking at this this morning. The further east it goes, we're hoping for gradual weakening because it's going to start to push into the line. It's going to start to push into an air mass that's not quite as unstable. But having said that, it's still going to kind of cross over from the more instability air mass to the less instability. And when it does that, it can still produce some spin-ups. And, I mean, look what we have right here. We talk about those reds and greens close together, especially these little notches. Again, we don't have a tornado warning, severe thunderstorm warning, though, but between Haskell and Porter, just southwest of Muskogee, those are areas that can spin up very quickly. We can go from nothing to a spin up in a couple of minutes sometimes. So want you to be aware of those. They're not extremely strong, but Porter, Summit, Muskogee, if nothing else, there could be some potential for up to 60 mile an hour winds, but where I've highlighted those little circles, those would be areas that it's still trying to spin up just right on the leading edge of this line a little bit as it heads further into Muskogee County. Here's that reflectivity view for you as well. Of course, a lot of heavy rain, a lot of lightning as well, and at times we've had some cores of hail. Up to quarter-size hail has been a potential with this line, but it's been the damaging wind potential, obviously by far, has been what we've been dealing with this morning. I'll expand this view back out. So again, we're trying to zoom in as much as we can, trying to not leave anyone out. And once again, as we highlighted, for you folks up in Cray County, Ottawa County, portions of southeast Kansas, we're not forgetting about you. Those storms from Veneta to east of Independence, those are not severe. They are certainly noisy, but not severe. They've got some thunder and lightning, some heavy rain, maybe some small hail. Tulsa Metro, downtown Tulsa proper, we're getting the leading edge of this line out of here just in time for rush hour. That is certainly good news, but the winds will stay gusty. But you can see that leading edge from now Claremore, Owasso, down to Catoosa, Broken Arrow, Coweta, Inola to Porter. There's still potential for some 50 to 60 mile an hour winds along the leading edge of this line. That line, I'll just take you down the line here from Porter to Muskogee. And once again, as I highlighted, Muskogee County in particular, still some damaging wind potential that extends to Chakota, just west of Eufaula, and also for you folks in Muskogee County. Pittsburgh County, excuse me. Scipio to Haywood, that's moving in right now. McAllister, that would bring it in within about the next 5 to 10 minutes. McAllister, you'll be experiencing that line of severe storms as well with some damaging 60 mile an hour wind potential. Back to the wide view here, and I'll turn it back to Alan in just a second. But here's the new severe thunderstorm warning that's been issued until 7:45 out ahead of this line as it surges to the north and east of Tulsa up into portions of Mays County and further to the north and east from there. Alan?
All right. So, again, thanks, Stephen, for all that information on the timeline. New severe thunderstorm warnings just been issued. And even though part of far northeastern Oklahoma technically is not included in a watch, you can see that a storm that is still strong and severe is sliding in that area. So our friends at the Weather Service issuing that severe thunderstorm warning that is now going to be in effect for portions of places like the Craig County area, for portions of Veneta in Delaware County, Mace County, Nowata, some of those areas. They're just rattling off a couple of those areas. So right in this general region, this storm is moving quickly in your direction and has the potential for some 60 mile per hour winds. We think the stronger wind speeds might be just right in through here, still about to approach the Muskogee area. And we'll check in with the velocities on that in just a minute. But now back behind it, look who's now in the clear. Most of Tulsa County is now starting to see improving conditions. Stillwater improving, Oklahoma City. So again, the kids, bus routes are running typically here in the metro about 30 to 45 minutes behind schedule, but they're still moving to the east-northeast. Here's Claremore. Let's kind of zoom in and take a look for the folks in Claremore. That storm right along 88 South around the Chelsea area, the Shodo vicinity. So some winds right in through here. Again, it doesn't look too significant, but you still may have some 50 to 60 mile per hour winds. It kind of looks like that some of the top end wind speeds have started to drop down a little bit, which is some good news, but we still have severe thunderstorm warnings that will be underway. So some 58, 60 mile per hour winds will still be a possibility. To the south, let's go to Porter and Wagner, and here's Fort Gibson. Severe thunderstorm warnings are underway right in this area. You can see Wagner's right in that polygon. This is going to go until 7:15. And Porter thunderstorms are about to move into the Muskogee area. Let's flip that over. We still have these little, kind of small areas that look like we'll need to watch those to see if they can tighten up or spin up. But right now, those are rather weak circulations along that leading edge. But again, that's why the tornado watch is underway in case one of these to kind of tighten up. There's no tornado warning right now, but these storms are going to move into Muskogee pretty quickly. So the top end wind speeds have started to come down as well, which is some better news here. So again, Muskogee storms are about to move into your area. Severe thunderstorm winds continue back down the Chakotah area to Lake Eufaula. Strong severe storms are moving in that direction as well, and these will continue to move off to the east at about 50 to near 60 miles per hour. So here's what we're getting ready to do here, just to keep everybody on the inside baseball. I believe we're going to continue on this morning and simulcast our 7 o'clock hour here. Typically, we would go to CBS programming, but we're going to be both on the CW and the CBS because of these storms that are pushing through eastern Oklahoma early this morning. So I believe that is going to
It's the ultimate source for all things Oklahoma news and weather from your locally owned station. It's the ultimate source for all things Oklahoma news and weather from your locally owned station. Breaking news, severe weather, and see award-winning originals. Download News on 6 Plus from Oklahoma's own News on 6. All the years of study, all the miles on all the roads, all the science, all the technology, all the hours, all the danger.
We're in the middle of it right now.
It all comes down to it. It's all about the warning.
We want you to take cover.
And the team from the locally owned station does it better than anyone else.
Tornado on the
Upbound
ground.
severe
Have to pay very
storms.
close attention to
30,000 customers without power.
Helen Crone, Station
On the
9,
Kawa
and
area,
Travis Mike,
so-
the Oklahoma weather experts, only on
Delta
Oklahoma's
Dental.
own News on 6.
Songs that captured the moment then.
Moving generally to the east now. Pretty strong thunderstorms that are still underway near Muskogee. So those winds there potentially some 50 mile per hour winds. Back behind it, the good news again from Bartlesville south to Tulsa to Henrietta west. The threat now has subsided. There still might be something weird that we have a thunderstorm or two that will redevelop behind it over the next several hours. But this is mostly what we're going to be tracking initially here. So folks from Cherokee County southward, Wilburton, the Clayton area. The storms are going to be moving in direction. We have thunderstorms for Pittsburgh County, McAllister, also the Lake Eufaula area, Muskogee proper, back to near Claremore, and then scattered thunderstorms that are not severe, non-severe storms right now, located near the Miami area. But if you have kids that are headed to the bus stop right now around Muskogee, maybe in the next 30 minutes to the east, near the Tahlequah area, maybe around the Warner vicinity, we're going to encourage you to hold your kids for a little bit, let those storms pass. They're moving at a pretty good clip, about 50 to 60 miles an hour. They can be late this morning, especially in this area. And we know that the bus routes have changed. Not in every single district, but a lot of the districts have changed this morning across the metro because of this. We're not going anywhere. We just need to reset a little bit. Official things. We'll have more information in just a couple of minutes.
All right, thank you, Alan. Don't go too far. We'll be checking in again soon. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Go ahead and take a look at the traffic because, as Alan mentioned, the buses are running later for Union and Jenks. Tulsa is actually out today. They'd already had a scheduled day off. So that was great news because I know a lot of folks are trying to get their kiddos up and out this morning. Right now, we just have that one crash that's indicated there on the map. It is on the shoulders block at I-44 westbound. So just be aware of that. And we have not heard officially if we're on Operation Slick Streets, but probably be a good idea just to go ahead and be very careful this morning. When a hydroplane, there's a lot of moisture, a lot of rain out there on the roadways. Here's a look at drive times from Catoosa to downtown, 13 minutes. Coming in from Collinsville on Highway 7522, and from Claremore on a 27-minute commute. And we have folks out for you this morning monitoring the roads as you're getting out, as those storms are moving through.
News on 6's Gary Cruz is driving around the Tulsa Metro. He was checking out a fire just a few minutes ago. Gary, tell us what you know from that scene there.
Well, this is a two-story house in James. It looks like it has some significant damage. A neighbor told me it was hit by lightning when the storm came through. There's a black area and a hole on the roof. But there were no injuries. The fire was put out. When the first call came in, Tulsa responded to assist James. But the fire is under control, and they're starting to do their overhaul now.
All right, Gary, thank you so much. We'll keep an eye on that. And don't forget, you can always get the latest updates on weather conditions with our free News on 6 weather app. We're getting new details on the arrest of Tulsa City Councilor Grant Miller, accused of domestic assault and battery.
Now, according to a police report, the victim's mother called police about the domestic violence incident that happened on Tuesday of this week. Police say the victim told
out these storms because they're still pretty meaty right now. We just needed to kind of reset at the top of the hour and get you up to date on a couple of stories. Now the storms that are going on around the Inola area, Kevin Tillotson is located there. So those storms are still severe storms that are ongoing. And we still have some 60 to 70 mile per hour winds that are underway right now on the leading edge. So let's kind of zoom in here and take a look from the Muskogee area from Brandon. Is located near that leading edge. There's Sequoia Quinton near Eufaula, Muskogee back to the Wagner, the Choteau, and the Pryor vicinity. And those storms are moving to the east right now pretty rapidly at about 60 miles per hour. And when we see that, that bow there, the potential is here for some 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. So we want you to remain aware that the strong winds are a possibility with this near and just slightly south of the Wagner area to Muskogee and then back to the Checotah vicinity and the Lake Eufaula area. This is moving eastward at about 50, maybe 60 miles an hour, Stephen, I think. And then from Lake Tenkiller to Tahlequah, notice that polygon is from Lake Tahlequah. It may be a lake with all the rain is getting ready to move into, but from the city of Tahlequah to the north, and you can see that is where that polygon is still underway. We do not have any tornado warnings right now along this leading edge. We've had some tornado warnings off and on this morning, but it's currently not a lot of that. These little leading edges, we kind of watch occasionally to see if maybe we get a little spin there that we have to watch. Right now, the top end wind speeds seem to be dropping down a little bit, but we still have occasionally some 50 to 60 mile per hour winds that are being reported with this as this continues to move off to the east. And we're still watching, again, these little spins that might try to tighten up a little bit, but we look kind of like the instability factor as it goes eastward is not quite as high as it was earlier to the west. So let's pull it back out here. Stephen, why don't you do a quick update, especially for our folks around the Muskogee area, because that seems to be where the stronger storms are located right now. From Muskogee south to about the I-40 corridor. We'll also go down and take a look at the McAllister area as well in just a second.
Yeah, all right, so just so everyone can see the wide view on the radar, again, we're trying to, wide view, close view, so everyone can see what's going on. Basically, the leading edge of this line of severe storms extends from portions of Rogers County, Wagner County, all the way down to Pittsburgh County, where you see all the yellow polygons. That's all on the leading edge of the line with some 60 mile an hour wind gust potential. But as we just zoomed out, now I'll zoom it back in. As we just highlighted, if you've been around here long enough, you can see these kind of squall lines. You can kind of get the idea, right? When you see that feature where the line is kind of bowing out like this a little bit from, say, Wagner to Muskogee to just now east of Checotah, that's where at times we can really see the wind gust potential increase a little bit. Now, as Alan highlighted, what we're expecting is as these storms continue going east, they're running into a little bit less instability, which means they should start to weaken a little bit, but they're still pretty potent, obviously, if you're under these right now. So a quick update on a storm track here, particularly for this portion of the line that's bowing out, basically from Wagner to Eufaula, and I'll put this at about 50 miles per hour. At times it can go a little bit faster than that. But here's the storm track starting from Eufaula, well, pretty much right now, 708. So Eufaula right now, Bragg's at 712, Lost City at about 716, and I'll get this kind of down the line just a little bit more. Gore at 720, and then that would also take it to Weber's Falls at about 720 as well. And then eventually further down the line, that would get this to Tahlequah, as you get towards about 7:30 is when that would get to Tahlequah. Still the potential for some damaging 60 mile an hour winds along the leading edge of this line. As you just saw, there's the new warning out ahead of this that just got issued that goes until that will go with this heavy rain, torrential rain at times. You've seen this from our storm trackers driving in it. You're gonna have to slow down. Some 60 mile an hour wind potential. McAllister that is coming in right now as that new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued further into eastern Pittsburgh County and western Latimer County as well. Alan.
All right, so let's stay with that particular radar right now, because now we are seeing the storms that are moving into McAllister. You're going to have some 60 to 70 mile per hour winds with some of this. Severe thunderstorm polygon now goes all the way into central Latimer County here. So that's going to be near, I think Wilburton's going to be included in that. So Hartshorn, Haleyville, Adamson, Blocker, the McAllister area, Crowder, 60, maybe 70 mile per hour winds on the leading edge, but it could cause some winds issued here. 70-mile-per-hour wind gust. Could cause some power issues. There might be some power outages. Megan, did you say some power? West of Eufaula, some power outages there. Shady Grove, some power outage issues. So that's not uncommon that we'll see that. Let's take it up to the north. And we'll show you this line of storm activity. Again, Tulsa, we're in the clear. We're staying on with a little bit more, some extra coverage for our friends here in the east because the storms have still kind of ramped up a little bit more. We thought maybe the instability factor would come down slightly, but they're still hanging in here. So from Nowata to Adair to Pryor to the Shodo vicinity, back to Wagner, south to Muskogee. You can see Kevin is located near Shodo. We'll take a look at Kevin's shot in just a minute. But I want to go to Brandon's shot in just a second here. We'll show you the radar down to the south. We'll show you what the radar looks like, and then I want to show you Brandon's actual video here, which is very interesting. So let's zoom in. So Brandon's right on 40, it looks like, or maybe it's just a little bit to the south of that. We'll see if he's on 266 or 40 itself. But Brandon, you're right ahead of this storm, and it is powerhousing to the east quite quickly at about 50, 60 miles per hour. Give us your location, what you're seeing there. What's the winds like so far?
Yeah, Alan, so surprisingly, as ominous as it looks on our shot along the leading edge here, it is on a weakening trend. However, the winds are still pretty gusty. We've come down from 60 to near about 35 to 40. Right now, ahead of this, we're actually only about 20 miles an hour. But it looks like it's kind of starting to die down, but we're still watching the leading edge very closely, just in case anything gets carried away, Alan.
All right, good to know. Good to know, Brandon. We appreciate it. So to set the stage, again, that is near the Shakota area around I-40. It's moving east at about 50, 60 miles an hour. That is technically a severe thunderstorm warning that's underway. Here's Warner, the Webbers Falls area. There's Kiefton. Good to see the folks at Kiefton this morning. Webbers Falls Gore is moving east. You can see that polygon that's up and running. That is a severe thunderstorm warning that remains underway. And the warning now is issued for the Sallisaw vicinity. It looks like this is going to survive all the way to the state line region. So Lake Eufaula, yeah, big storms that are moving through 60, 70 mile per hour winds moving eastbound. Areas to the south around the Pittsburgh County area. We'll take that shot from Sequoia Quinton in just a second. He's located in the northern areas of Pittsburgh County, it looks like, maybe right on that. He's around Crowder, Indianola, the Blocker Bridge area, back to Bug Tussle. And we'll take a look at Sequoia Quinton's shot this morning. And he, again, is in a position to pick up the storm, which is technically severe. So he's just a little bit north of, or south, pardon me, of the Lake Eufaula vicinity, or I'm sorry, the city of Eufaula. He's right on, basically, near the Lake Eufaula area, Crowder and Crowder Point vicinity, as those storms move eastward. If you have kids headed to school around Crowder or Lake Eufaula or Shakota, Texana, Dutchess Landing, anywhere on the Lake Eufaula area, Rayford, Hanna, my advice is to hold the kids just for a little bit longer. Let this storm pass. It's moving pretty quickly, and then you'll be able to get them to school. It's okay if they're late just a little bit with the storms that are moving through the area. The intensity has dropped down a little bit, but we're still seeing the potential here for some 60 and 70 mile per hour winds. So let's spread it back out. Let's take a look, and then we'll go up to the southern areas there. So McAllister, the storms are coming in on you right now. They're all the way down to Frink Chambers and Savannah and the Kiowa vicinity, past Kiowa. The city of Pittsburgh, the community of Pittsburgh in the southern part of the county, that is where there's some pretty stout winds as well, maybe some 60, 70 mile per hour winds. And check that out right there. There's some pretty strong winds right now near and just south of the McAllister area. So there could be some 60 and 70 mile per hour winds that could be causing some issues. Now, when we show these winds, a lot of times on the velocity data, the radar beam is elevated as it comes out of the metro area. So sometimes these winds are elevated and they don't reach the surface, but we have a severe thunderstorm warning that's underway for this area, and it does mention the potential for some 60 to near 70 mile per hour winds. So again, our friends at the Weather Service right on with this, and that could be one of those little areas that we have just a little spin up that could occur as it continues to move east. There's no tornado warning with it right now. The shear velocity data, the shear product that we show is not too terribly strong. The hail core is not too significant, but it's the wind that we're tracking that's moving generally to the east. And up to the north, we have additional storms that are underway. So we're going to take you right up to the top part of the line again. And Stephen, if you would, give us another update on where this line is located right now and where it's going, what we anticipate to happen over the next 15 minutes.
So yeah, the line, as you've been seeing, these it's been moving pretty quickly to the east and northeast. And as I mentioned earlier, good and bad. That means we can try and get it out of here faster. But when the line moves as quickly as it does, that can often in itself cause some damaging wind potential. So there's the line. You can see it extends basically from Pryor all the way to the north, 8 air, west of Anita, all the way down to McAllister. And it's kind of surging. The line in our northern county is kind of surging to the northeast. South of I-40, it's surging to the east. So I'll just take you up to this portion of the line, the northern portion of the line. Again, not ignoring anyone here, but just trying to get everyone covered. So here is that leading edge. Nowata, Chelsea to 8 air, Pryor. That is, torrential rainfall. If you're trying to be out in it this morning, of course, here we are at 7:15, 7:16, so it's rush hour for a lot of folks. Now out of Tulsa, as far as Tulsa's rush hour, that's good news. But to the north and east, obviously, you're right under it here. So let's do a track just on the northern edge of the line. We'll get updates on the rest of the line as well. But again, this has been moving near 50 miles per hour. The speed will fluctuate here and there, but it's been pretty fast moving. So that takes it to Salina at 7:20. Further down the line here, I'll update the track so you can kind of see a few more cities within the track as this moves pretty quickly to the north and east. So there's the track from Lake Hudson at 7:20, and then we'll get this further down the line here to Centralia. Here we go, Centralia at 7:28, Spavinaw at 7:30, and then this would take it to Disney, Grand Lake, portions of Grand Lake at about 7:35. So within about 15 to 20 minutes, that'll be into Grand Lake. Of course, western portions of Grand Lake will feel it even sooner than that. And as we mentioned, there is still that potential for some damaging 60-mile-an-hour winds along the leading edge of this line. That's the northern portion here, and as you can see, the yellow polygons, severe thunderstorm warning polygons, follow the entire leading edge of the line from our northern counties. Cherokee County, this is coming in now to western Cherokee County, west of Tahlequah, just west of Lake Tenkiller, and then still on I-40 east of Shakota, and then Lake Eufaula region as well. As this surges to the east, I'll just put it in motion for you here, moving to the east at about 50 miles per hour. That damaging 60-mile-an-hour wind potential continues. Just a quick check on this portion of the line. Again, as this line gets further east, we start to lose some of the instability factor. We haven't had as many of the potential spin-ups as earlier, but having said that, we're still keeping an eye on it because look right here, between basically just east of Fort Gibson, southwest of Tahlequah, right in here, we just see this little tiny notch. It's not extremely strong, so we wouldn't just say that, some sort of spin up would be imminent, but when we see those little notches, those little spots that we have to watch for, so that's coming into western Cherokee County. That would likely track its way up into Tahlequah, I'd say in the next 5 to 10 minutes. So if nothing else, you need to be prepared for that 50 to 60 mile an hour wind potential. Tahlequah as we head towards 7:25 to 7:30 as this moves in. We also watch for those little notches along the leading edge of the line as well for maybe kind of enhanced wind potential or even a quick spin up. We haven't seen that recently, but that is something that we're watching now. And back down further down the line.
Oh yeah, I see that.
To Eufaula to McAllister.
Look at that right there, yeah.
Bowing out in McAllister as well, right as it goes through central into eastern Pittsburgh County. That is getting a little more amped up with the damaging wind potential. And again, as I mentioned earlier, when we see this, you see the line kind of bow out like this a little bit.
Yep.
That means there's some strong winds coming in right behind it and kind of enhancing the wind potential a little bit. So that's that 60 to 70 mile an hour wind potential. Oh, McAllister, I know you're feeling it right now.
Well, you sure are. You should be, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Sequoia's headed that way. Right there, Stephen, you were right on.
Mm-hmm.
See that little area right there, friends and neighbors? How it's kind of dropping down right in through here? That's the wind speed increasing quite a bit, 60, maybe 70 mile per hour. Just when it kind of looks like that we're maybe starting to see some of this drop down, something like this will show up. And that's why we're still watching here pretty carefully. So yeah, just to the south and east of McAllister, here's Sequoia. He's headed down, looks like 69 to try to catch that. We'll get on 31 and head out east, try to get with it. But yeah, it's trying to do that little job right there that we see a lot of times with these leading edge type quick little spin ups here. So this is not a tornado warning, just be clear. This is a severe thunderstorm warning that's underway, but we are watching this area right in through here from Bug Tussle south. It would be right on Highway 31, just to the east, around the Alderson area, pardon me, just a little south and south of the Krebs vicinity. And there's Hartshorn and Haleyville. My dad used to call them the Twin Cities. So Hartshorn and Haleyville here, they're underway. And so that circulation, that line is moving in your direction. So from Blocker Highway 31, Quentin, Crowder, Canadian area south, especially Wilburton. You know, some 60, 70 mile per hour winds will be a possibility with that that circulation. Well, excuse me, that storm feature that is underway right now. So we're kind of watching that, but right now it's this entire leading edge that could still cause some issues as it is near McAllister, kind of bowing, kind of kicking out in this general direction. So right along 63, right over to Wilburton, you see that polygon that's shaded. Let's go up to the north. So we're not going to leave this too long. We're going to go back down to the south and take a look. But let's go up to the north because this is also a pretty stout, meaty looking storm around the Tahlequah vicinity, like 10 killer and Brandon. And now that polygon has been extended, hasn't it? Yeah, all the way. It does include Sallisaw. I think it's already happened earlier, but it's going to go all the way to the Arkansas state line area. So folks in Tahlequah, we're watching the storms for you here. They're moving into your city pretty quickly, some 50, 60 mile per hour. Stephen, let's go ahead and take a look with that. Kevin is north near the Shodo vicinity, but right in here around the Tahlequah vicinity, wind speeds from a velocity standpoint are not exceptionally strong, but in this pattern, these things can ramp up pretty quick. So you can see some of those pixel queries are 50, 55, 60 miles per hour, and that would, of course, cause some issues and maybe even some damage here. So we'll continue to track this. It's going to move into Tahlequah here pretty quickly. So severe thunderstorm warnings include the city of Tahlequah. NSU, if you have kids that are in Tahlequah, high school, you're trying to head to the bus routes here. Again, this is going to move into your city pretty quickly. Let it pass. It'll move out fast. We think probably 20 or 30 minutes, and then you'll be able to kind of pick things up right behind it. And Megan had told me that a couple of folks on social media want to know, is there another line right now behind this? The short answer is no, but there might be one or two storms that could redevelop. We think it's going to be later tonight that we could have another area of redevelopment. And then I'll tell you, tomorrow afternoon, tomorrow night, that's where we're going to have to track the potential for more widespread thunderstorms. I mean, it's, you know, late April here in eastern Oklahoma, and we can get a lot of strong severe weather potential. So we have that going on tomorrow afternoon, tomorrow night, and even Sunday morning. And obviously we have it going on right now across the area. So that bow, that's an indication of pretty stout winds, even though right now the radar velocity doesn't indicate a lot of that. But from Tahlequah south, right along I-40, that's moving eastbound pretty fast. And then let's go back down and check out those velocities here around the McAllister area, Stephen. Right in through here, it kind of kicks out just a little bit there. So Sequoia, Quentin is located. He's got some heavy downpours right now around the Highway 31 and McAllister on the east and northeast side of town where 69 connects there. This right in that area. Yeah, right there. It's kind of pushed out a little bit. Yeah, it looks like it's not quite as robust as it was, but still could cause some winds right in that general area. So Sequoia Quentin is in there, and he'll let us know if anything's going on that he can see or detect. Severe thunderstorm warnings do remain for the McAllister in the Pittsburgh County area. And Stephen, you can pixel query that, but I'll see it here. That is now until 8 o'clock, I believe, this morning. That severe thunderstorm warning that is underway there around the McAllister area. Let's check in back with some of our folks that are driving this morning. This is Sequoia Quentin. He is in the McAllister area right now, and he is on 69 coming into town. The windshield wipers are working hard there. Heavy, heavy downpours. Some winds 50, 55 miles per hour in spots. It could be 60 to 65 on the leading edge. He is right kind of behind that now. He's in between McAllister and Krebs. He's on 69 coming in. So folks in the McAllister area, you know exactly where he's located there. And the storm cell, the stronger storms are now moving off just a little bit to the east, about to arrive in the Dow area and Gowan, around Gowan Mountain. So that's the thunderstorm activity that we have going on. Let's expand the view, Stephen. And again, you know, just when it kind of looks like things are dropping down, it starts to flare back up. So we're going to see if maybe we can try to get back to some regular news here at 7:30, but it'll be tough at this point, but we'll try it. So Stephen, if you want to do an update, especially for the folks in the metro now, because we've had folks wanting their kids to get to school now. What does it look like for kids headed back to school or trying to get on the buses now in the metro?
Right, so at least the timing for the Tulsa metro in particular has worked out for rush hour, as you saw on the wide view, and we'll go back to that. So we'll just show you the metro briefly. Again, Tulsa Metro, we are doing just fine. Now, the winds are still going to be pretty gusty on the backside of this line. And, you know, we'll keep an eye out for some, you know, scattered redevelopment. We're not expecting much behind this line. For folks that are asking, wondering, okay, is there something else coming? We're not expecting much to redevelop behind this line this morning. Now, as Alan mentioned, later this afternoon and this evening, we could have more. But kind of in the immediate time frame here as kids are headed to school, we are looking pretty good in the Tulsa metro. Once again, the leading edge of the line, though, and I'll just march you down the line really quickly to just kind of hit all of our bases here. Here's the leading edge of the line coming in from Chelsea to Adair, Veneta, Spavinaw. You're about to run into the leading edge of that, or is about to run into you, I should say, with those winds gusting 50 to 60 miles per hour, frequent lightning, some torrential rainfall. You've seen it and heard it from all of our trackers this morning. If you happen to be driving under these heavy storms, right on the leading edge, a lot of ponding on the roads, that's not going to be a good drive. So, and Alan's mentioned this a lot too. If the leading edge is coming in on you right now and you can wait to get on the roads, I would do it, because this is not fun to drive in this. Spavinaw down to Lake Hudson to Locust Grove. You see Kevin there from Highway 412, Locust Grove to Rose. Leading edge of that line is moving in right now. Still some 60-mile-an-hour wind potential here. Further down the line, Cherokee County. It's moved through Hulbert, Lake Tenkiller, Tahlequah. Here it comes right now. And again, 60-mile-an-hour wind potential. I'll just keep a close eye. We've been showing you that view on the storm relative velocity where you see the reds and greens close together. It is where we try to look for those little notches, those little spin-ups, and we've seen less of that as this gets into an air mass that's not quite as unstable, but there's still 50, 60-mile-an-hour wind potential, and again, some intense storms there in Cherokee County. Like I mentioned, if you're Alan mentioned this too, NSU, if you're trying to head to school right now, if you can hold off, just wait for this line to pass you, give it 30 to 45 minutes, you'll probably be a lot better off. Muskogee just now getting on the back side of this line. Gore, Warner, Shakota, Eufaula, a lot of lightning, heavy rain. Could be some small hail as well. We're not discounting that, but the hail potential for the most part has been quarter size or less when we've been looking for that this morning. But you could see some small hail as well. And then this extends from Eufaula to now McAllister. You're now just getting on the back edge of the leading edge, but I know it was pretty intense as it came through McAllister. That's now into eastern Pittsburgh County, Alderson to Hartshorn, Bug Tussle, and that will move into western Latimer County, excuse me, in about the next 10 minutes. Wilburton, it's 7:27. Wilburton, I'd say by about 7:40, that line will be approaching you. So basically anywhere along the leading edge of that line, we have some 60-mile-an-hour wind potential, frequent lightning, some blinding rains at times, and just, general, not something you want to be out driving in if you're right under it.
All right, Stephen, back behind it. Again, we're clearing out right now. Something that we'll watch is these showers of storms that are trying to bubble up around the Sulphur-Davis area, Garvin County vicinity, around the Ardmore vicinity. Let's kind of loop that right now. This is something that occasionally we can see behind a departing system like this, where you have a little bit of energy that slides on the backside of it. The dry line is way out west. This is not going to clear our area, and this could be some additional showers of storms that could develop and kind of slide right behind this part of the segment, maybe around Ada and the Roth and the Ardmore area, Holdenville, Wetumpka, and Henrietta. So you're behind this line right now, but we're going to be watching right in through here, because now this is Ardmore, this is Carter County, but these storms may blossom a little bit and kind of sneak right in behind this and scoot right back up to near Henrietta, Wetumpka, Holdenville, Stewart, and McAllister area within the next 45 minutes to an hour. So areas to the north, it does not look like that would happen all the way up to Tulsa, but that's something that we'll be watching. So storms continuing to bulge out right now around eastern Pittsburgh County, and then a severe thunderstorm warning that extends all the way down to Antlers and Pushmataha County Highway 3 north to Clayton, the Lake Sardis area, and then to Wilburton north. Then that thunderstorm that is located in between Shakota and Salisaw. Brandon's on I-40. Let's check in with Brandon very quickly, and then I'll tell you what we're going to do. We need to reset again, kind of see exactly where everything's at from a radar perspective, get our trackers in certain positions. So we'll, at least at this point, have a plan to go back and try to do a little bit of news here, and hopefully the weather will cooperate on this thing, but we still need to watch it pretty carefully here. So Brandon, right along the Warner and Webbers Falls area and Gore, that leading edge, boy, I tell you, it's still pretty stout looking, but what are the winds doing at the surface here, Brandon? Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Alan. So it looks more, it's got more bark than bite. Right now, we're only averaging 25 to 30 miles an hour out ahead of this here on the leading edge. You can see there in our shot some real ragtag, scuddy looking stuff. That's what we're watching, just in case something squirrely gets going this time. But right now we don't see any evidence of that. Things seem to be calming down. We're 60 degrees And like I said, the winds have been on the southern end of this bow that we're on has been a lot calmer. Back to you.
All right, some good news there. We still have to watch it, and I know you're there. Kevin Tillotson is to the north. He's watching thunderstorms moving through far eastern Oklahoma as well. We've got John Durkee, Bob Roloff. Sequoia Quentin is near the McAllister area. Von Castor is out this morning. We still have some potential as these storms move again to the east. We want folks around eastern Pittsburgh County and into the Wilburton area to kind of remain aware, because that still has the potential for some 60 and 70 mile per hour winds. And then around the Sallisaw vicinity and Tahlequah. So storms are moving across Tahlequah right now. And the back edge of those storms kind of easing up a little bit around the Muskogee vicinity. And then we'll watch right in through here for any additional showers and storms developing. All right, well, let's see if this now will work a little bit. All right, so here's a game plan. It's now 7:31. We're going to reset, kind of see exactly and take a little better look at the radar and what the instability factor looks like behind this. Test Leanne, and whether or not those storms around Sulphur might have a chance to kind of build in right behind here. So we're not going away. We're not going anywhere. We just need to reset a little bit and get some positioning here. Look at the radar data. We do have some severe storms that are located in these areas. They're moving eastward. Still could cause some issues. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes.
Thank you, Alan. And the storms have caused some issues in terms of power outages. PSO is reporting about 1,200 outages across the system there. You can kind of see on the map in some of the locations of where they are. We'll keep an eye on that and keep you updated throughout the morning.
Let's get a look at the morning commute. Obviously, the rains that were coming down